Perfect. 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 Perfect.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? Hope y'all like the music. Hey. What's up, y'all? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? How y'all doing? Oh, I was told to fix the SBK necklace. How that? There we go. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Another show, another year, another day to where we can just kick back and have some fun. You know what I mean? What's good with y'all, man? What's good with y'all? Let me salute the chat. Go to the top. Let me go to the top. Who we got? Who we got? We got Just Jay. That was the first one in the chat. Just Jay. Salute to your queen. Kevin Corporan, salute to you, our attorney. We said it first. Our attorney. You said it first. We got the lovely Joe Delaney. The bestie is in the chat. Miss Lisa J. Stocks. Salute to you, ma'am. Salute, salute, salute. Y'all go sub up to Miss Lisa J. Stocks. Sub up to Miss Lisa J. Stocks. Miss Lisa, you're welcome to join the link when I pop the link. Anybody, welcome to come up and talk about the subject at hand. Who else we got? Lionel, little bro. What's going on, bro? What's going on? My little bro, some more gorilla. Salute, salute, salute. There's Miss Gisela. How are you, love? Salute, salute, salute. Sis, Miss Sandra. What's going on, sis? Salute, 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 salute. The lovely Miss Jazzy is in the house. Salute, 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 salute. Who else we got? Who else we got? I miss anybody? I think I got, and all you ghost watchers out there, all you ghost watchers and all you haters, if it wasn't for y'all, it wouldn't be guys like me that are trying to succeed. So salute to all the haters. There's DR. Hey, DR. What's going on, love? What's going on? All the Ghost Watchers, salute to you. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. How is y'all's Sunday? How is everybody? I hope everybody is doing well. I don't know where sis is at, but my executive producer will be on her way to executive produce. So you guys, thank you for coming through. Thank you for, I am excited about this show. I really am. Because this show today is going to be about, to me, about therapy. It's going to be about changes. We're going to talk about changes. We're going to talk about healthy changes. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about all of it. You know what I mean? So, and we're going to drop the link. You know what I mean? We're going to drop the link. And I want you guys, well, let's go to the title. New year, a new journey. It's a new year, and it's a new journey. So with that being said, we're going to talk about some things that we're going to make good of. Talk about some things that we're going to be better at going into this year, 2025. You know, all of us can be better. You know, all of us can be better at something. You know what I mean? So we're going to go into detail. But first, man, let me say this here. Last week, man, shout out to the show last week. The all-man panel was a success. I cannot tell you how much of a good time I had with all the men on the panel. Lionel, Urban, my little bro, some more Gorilla, a big bro, Jimbo, Oh So Dope. I mean, I didn't miss anybody. Everybody, all those guys, man, had a wonderful time. I mean, a wonderful time. Joe, celebrating 2 months of monetization for my bestie. Joe, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I had a goal that I was going to post on here, but we'll get that going maybe to later on. Get that going later on. Not a monetization goal, but a super chat goal. You know what I'm saying? I forgot to put that in particular, but the show must go on. We might put that in there. But anyways, we got the executive producer. I want to say shout out to the executive producer. It's just ETV. Shout out to my sis. So, but anyways, man, there's the bro, Eric LaPointe. Salute to you, bro. Salute to you, man. Thank you so much for coming through. There's the lovely Miss Gertrude. Hey, Miss Gertrude. Hey there, love. What's going on? So, anyways, but yeah, what I wanted to say, man, shout out to all the guys that came on in the chat last week. Man, that was a great panel of guys. That was just, the guys were just honest, and they were just brutally honest. The ladies that were all the ladies that are in the chat last week, you might not agree with everything that was said, but we had a great time. Thank you, love. Thank you, love. DR with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, love. Thank you. But much appreciated. And I will be giving back. We're gonna have some fun this year on this channel here. We're gonna be doing a lot of giveaways. If you're a member of the chat, I'm gonna be taking care of you. If you're a member, if you're a mod, I'm gonna take care of you. We got some exciting things coming up, but we'll talk about that later. But last week we had a great chat with all the guys that were in the chat, that were on the panel. Was talking about a bunch of man stuff. We talked about relationships. We talked about marriage. We talked about life in general. So what I plan on doing, stay tuned for a date. What I plan on doing is stay tuned. What I plan on doing next week is having a mixed panel. Ladies and gentlemen, on the panel. All right, we're gonna have 3 guys, maybe four guys, 4 guys, 4 girls, and I'll be the mediator in between. And we're just gonna have some adult conversation. We're gonna react on my own live that we did last week. I want to say shout out to Oh So Dope and shout out to Jimbo and my little bro Samoan Gorilla. They gave me the idea. Hey, let's go ahead and have a mixed panel. Let's react to what was said last week on the panel. So that's what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna react to my own live that I did last week. That's what we're gonna do. So you guys, I will be reaching out to you guys. Urban, what's up with it, Urban? What's up with it, big bro? So I will be reaching out to the same guys that came up on the panel last week. And add one more, and then I will be reaching out to several of you ladies. So you ladies, I will be hitting you up on a message. So tune in to the time. It's not going to be on a Sunday because Sis and we're going to go back live on the 12th. So it won't be on a Sunday. It might be on a Friday or Saturday or something like that. But just stay tuned for the day. I don't know when that's going to be, but we're going to. Y'all said I'm out. Don't start, y'all. Don't start. Hey there, here for the tea. How you doing? Thank you so much. I am a fan of your chat. Compliments to Urban, to the lounge. I'm a fan of your chat, man. I've subscribed to you. I love your content. Thank you for coming through. Thank you. You guys you guys have y'all got a live chat over there. So mods, you know, we got a lot of content creators in the chats. I'm not a hater over here. I like to promote. So we got guys like Eric LaPointe, we got Miss Gertrude, here for the tea. And of course, we got Urban, Samoa Gorilla. Great job. He's got his podcast. I don't want to butcher it. Samoa Gorilla. I don't want to butcher it. 2 Cent, you call it, podcast. Him and his homeboy, man, they did a wonderful job the other day. Just kicking it, you know what I mean? So you guys, we are not haters over here. Available. Just for the ladies in the chat. Thank you for the $2 super chat, bro. I appreciate it. Y'all go sub up to my bro Eric LaPointe. Sub up to Urban. Sub up to Here for the Tea. Who else? Sub up to Joe Delaney. Sub up to my sis. It's just ETVs. Sub up to my little bro Lionel Suggs. We got a bunch of content creators. I'm not a hater over here, man. We like to promote. So, anyways, stay tuned for that date. We're gonna have a mixed panel. So if I reach out to you, don't be a stranger. All right, don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. So, anyways, 2025. 2025 is upon us. In fact, we can go ahead and drop the link. Whoever wants to come up can come up. But I have goals. I've separated my goals into personal, financial, family-wise, physical, the whole 9 yards. I just want to be a better man all the way around. So there's nothing wrong with having goals. A lot of people set New Year's resolutions. I don't look at it as a New Year's resolution. I look at it as each year is a brand new slate, and you can start over. You might have messed up in 2024. You might have had some goals and you didn't reach them, but just strive to do more. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about being better. You know what I mean? And I'm all about being better. So you guys, I don't know if sis pinned the link or not, but if she did, if she has, I'm gonna pin the link again. But whoever wants to come up, you can. Give me just 1 second. Whoever wants to come up, you can. But while you guys are trying to come up, you know, I'm gonna be talking about some goals, you know, with this channel here, for example. With this channel, I got 22 people in the chat right now. And whenever I first started as a YouTube content creator, I did not think that I was going to have 20 people listening to me. You know what I mean? In fact, my goal, hey, T-Cat, the Pillow Princess is in the house. Shout out to T-Cat, the lovely images that you see. All compliments of T-Cat, commission, vision, diva. If any content creators in here, you need some drops, you need some artwork done, you need some videos to promote your channel, go reach out to T-Cat. Reach out to T-Cat if you would. And we got somebody in the building. Hey, Miss Lisa.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hey,
I can. How are you?
good. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Great. It is a pleasure to have you on the show. You guys, we have the lovely Miss Lisa J. Stocks. She, I've been, talking to her on the back end. She's someone I've wanted to talk to for a while. This is not an official interview, but she's up, just to grace the panel. But I want to interview her in the upcoming days. But I am so glad that you're here. One of the things that me personally, gearing up for 2025, Miss Lisa, is that, and I'm sure I can speak for other people, is having goals to be financially stable and to be financially secure. to reach out there if you want to be into stocks and bonds and real estate and so forth and so on. Just basically having, a portfolio. Those are things that I look forward to doing in 2025, and you're just the perfect person to talk to. And you guys go, please, mods, if you would put Miss Lisa J Stocks in your in the chat. I am very intrigued by some of the things that you say and some of the things that you present. So the floor is yours, man. You can, it's 2025. Like I said, it's an honor to have you here. I've been following you for a while. Compliments of my bestie, Joe Delaney. Shout out to my bestie. She's always said, Lisa's like, hey, you need to follow Lisa J Stocks. You're trying to get financially straight. You want to be financially secure. You want to have generational wealth and all that type of stuff. And you need to get connected to her. And ever since then, upon Joe's advice, I've been listening in to you and everything. So how you doing, man? Enough of me talking.
Okay. First thing, if you don't mind, no ma'am or miss needed. I think you are old enough that I am not requiring you to call me miss or ma'am. Okay.
I know. I apologize. That's just the country boy in me. That's just the Texas.
And no J needed. Just Lisa. Just
okay.
Lisa.
Okay, Lisa.
If you can remember.
Oh, I will try. It's really, really hard because, being from Texas and just being a country boy, but I understand. I got you.
Okay. So guys, I guess, SCK has touched on what I talk about on my channel, which is investing, staying out of debt, things that are finance related. So you sent me a message. I know this is not the official interview, but if there's anything that you want to talk about, and I didn't know when I was going to get up here, but let's plan to do something, the way you want. But I just popped up to see, what it was about one of my latest videos that you wanted to talk about for 2025 and this, New Year's kickoff that you have going on here.
Well, I looked at your last video, but the video before that, you were talking about different types of income, and you broke it down. And I think that a lot of people, and it was just the way you broke it down was just so simple. And so I think a lot of people just take things and think when it comes to finances, a lot of people just take things and they make it hard when it's really you make it so simple. And so that one particular live that you did when you broke down each individual forms of income, could you just in a nutshell just give the crowd, because I want folks in the chat to understand that I know a lot of people that are listening to me, one of the goals that they want to have, and I know I'm speaking for myself as well, is to have different forms of income. And could you kind of like in a nutshell just go over that and just explain to the audience?
Okay. So you want to turn off your banner? We got started now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just.
You have a different one to put up, maybe.
Yeah.
Join membership or something different.
There we go.
All right, something different. Okay, so in the video, I don't do many lives on my channel, just to let you guys know. I do more uploads. I do try to go live on Sundays, but in the video that you're referring to, I was talking about millionaires. According to the IRS, they have multiple streams of income, and I went through a few of them just to give you some food for thought on, is there something else that I could be doing? So, I mean, we all most likely have our regular 9 to 5, but what are you doing with your money from your 9 to 5? Wow. I hope that you are, building into these different things, because we can't just earn money and spend the money, use it for the the wants and the needs, and that's it. And now we have no money. We have nothing growing for ourselves.
Right.
So, all right. So I'll just run down the list. The earned income, your 9 to 5, that's one source of income. But then what's next? Do you have another side business that you created for yourself that's also profiting for yourself? Are you getting interest from your savings? Are you getting dividend income from your investments as well as growth from your investments? Potentially, are you ready to take profit from those investments and taking on capital gains from the investments, or selling a property or selling a business? That's another source of income, or another way that you can gain more money coming in. And could you potentially get royalties from something that you're doing? And I use the example of YouTube because, I was monetized in May of 2024, but I'm getting paid from a video that I did 2 years ago. So, we're all not going to design a vest or something like that and get royalties from some patent or some song or something like that. But there are other ways that potentially we could be getting royalties. We could be earning income from being on social media. And nowadays, with the way things are, no matter what type of business you have, most likely you need to turn on that camera and be into social media in order to promote it. So,
Correct.
but the whole point of it is, don't just use that day job. Don't just stop at that day job, because that day job could end. I know I've been laid off multiple times in corporate America, and it's not easy. It's not easy because unemployment is not my salary.
Right. Exactly.
So you need to be prepared with substantial savings and hopefully multiple streams of income, so you're not as dependent on whether you're blue collar, white collar, whatever that is. If there's something that if there's some interruption there, we don't want to be completely dependent upon that, in my opinion. So it's best to have a plan, and know what industry you're in, because potentially you may need more than a 3 or to 6 month emergency fund. How long do you think it could take you to find a job, in your industry?
Right. I'm just hanging on every word. I'm sorry. I'm hanging on every word. With you going over that multiple sources of income, what I wanted to ask you is this: what advice can you give to folks that are looking for financial stability? What else? What other advice can you give them as far as someone who's trying to be financially stable, have some generational wealth? How to get started? How do they get started? What advice can you give to them?
Well, first, let me say I forgot one thing: rental properties. That was one thing that I forgot off of the list that I also actually I am doing. I have a rental property for regular rental, not a laundromat or something, an apartment building. So I think first and foremost, you need to focus on just your investing. If you have a skill that you want to have a business, then definitely go for that too. But I would say my encouragement is definitely to focus on investing for yourself first and foremost. And then if you are really in a good place, do something for your children also, or at least do something for them on a much smaller scale, because so much debt, student loan debt, and all of that. Anything that we can do to try to lessen that, I think, is a great thing. But I think we should definitely be focusing on, if you are working in an industry where there are investments and retirement or investments available, a 401k or 403b, take advantage of that to the max. Get your match from the company and contribute as much as possible. And don't just contribute blindly. Contribute with your eyes open. Make sure that you are choosing the best investments and be on top of the performance, because I don't want you just to invest. I want you to invest and be profitable, and not 10 years down the road look back and say I should be $50,000 more, ahead, but I was in this poorly performing investment. I didn't know better. And I've been there. And that's why I don't want it for anyone that I can get my message out to.
Right,
So
right.
I would say focus on investing. If you have a skill set, whatever it is, work on creating your own business. Those could be 2 first steps.
Right. Well, Lisa, one of the things that I know, I can speak for myself, but one of the things is a lot of people are scared to pull the trigger. What I mean is they are scared to take risks. And sometimes you got to, in order to make money, you got to spend money. You know what I mean? You got to take risks. What do you say to people that are kind of like apprehensive and they're like, I don't know where to start. I don't know everything about the financial world and so forth, but how do I start? Is it normal to be apprehensive, and how do you get over that hump?
I don't know. I think that if you're working and you're at a company that has a retirement account, do you think that those people are apprehensive, or do you think that do you think that you work with anyone that would say no to contributing to their 401k?
A lot of people, a lot of people, a lot of people want to be. Some people are aggressive. Some people want to be. They want to be. They don't want to be. They want to be in that middle portion. You know what I mean? But I know a lot of people. I know myself. I'm just preaching to myself. Some people just want to be just kind of, in the middle there. But a lot of people just don't want to just jump out there and be like, be aggressive with
okay.
it.
Well, let me say this. Okay. So if you are nervous, I have to say the market goes up and down. It's not, you have to be ready for that, and you have to have the stomach for it. And, the larger your portfolio gets, the bigger the swings are going to be. If you have a $150,000 portfolio and you look at it and it's $30,000 down, I know that's going to hurt, but you have to know that that's why I'm saying you need to focus on what you are invested into, because the market will recover. And another way to ease that and to feel more secure is, like you're saying, some people are aggressive, some people are conservative. Find the investment that is right for you. Find a basic mutual fund, index fund, exchange traded fund, something that's just going to give you broad exposure, give you, for example, to the S&P 500. That is a proven index that's just going to have steady growth, give you a quarterly dividend. It is going to go up and down. There are negative years. We had a very negative year just about 2 years ago in 2022. And of course, when we were going through, everything that we went through with that C-19, but it recovers. And if you stay consistent and invest throughout those times, you will be reaping the rewards when, down the road. Right. So you just have to stay consistent and not be shaken out of good investments. But that's the first step, is to get yourself invested into those good, solid, quality funds or individual stocks. Because I'll tell you, I do a lot of funds as a part of the foundation of my portfolio, but I have many individual stocks that have not disappointed. Names that you've heard of, like Google and Amazon and Apple. So Don't be scared. I mean, we're here to build wealth. I'm here to build wealth. I'm not here to lose money. So I'm not talking about anything on my on my channel. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to show you my journey of
Correct.
trying to of my goal is to build wealth. And I know I can understand what you're saying, that it could be scary, but listen, listen. This is, I mean, well, how else are we going to do this?
Right.
And it doesn't have to be that you're fully into stocks. I met someone a while back, and he is just totally about his real estate. He's not about investing into the stock market, but that's how he's building his wealth, is through his real estate. So I'm going to do a mix of it all,
Right.
but that's my preference. But I want everyone to be doing more than that 9 to 5 in order to build wealth.
Correct. Very good. Very good. One other question and one last question, and then I want people to reach out to you. I want people to go and subscribe to you and listen to you. But one other question: our kids are the future. I have a young daughter. She's 16. I want to teach her the value of investing, but I want to teach her, of course, first the importance of working and working hard and taking care of what you got, so forth and so on. As kids, they don't understand, the value of work. But with our children, what is the best way to get them into investing? What are some of the things that we can do to help them to understand the basis of investing? In your opinion, what can we do to help them do that?
I would say take it slow, because sometimes, like I always say, hi Joe, I don't want to be boring or overwhelming, but I have a teenage daughter. I have a grown daughter and a teenage daughter. So I've been through this of trying to get through to a teenager before. So I would say, for your daughter, does she have a bank account? Does she have a savings account, CD? Does she have a Fidelity Youth account? Get her exposed to this. Invest with her. Let her see the growth. My daughter, she has her portfolio at Fidelity. She takes a look at it. She knows, she can see. I try to explain to her the difference. I spell it out for her. This is what your money would be doing if it just sat at Bank of America. Okay, we don't let money sit at Bank of America. We have our savings account at Discover. Okay. And then after that, we have our investments over at Fidelity, and look at the difference and understand the growth. And I want her to understand the big picture of saving and investing and prioritizing. And I don't want her to go out into the world, just like you're saying, and start working and create a life and a budget that is just all spent on the rent and the car and the insurance and clothes and this, and where is the money for saving and investing? I'm trying to instill in her that saving and investing has to be in the budget from the start. Don't rent that apartment, don't buy that car, don't do the things that's not going to leave you any money left for saving and investing. So I think that you should invest with her and let her see it with her own eyes, but also instill that money mindset into her.
Very good. Very good. Miss
Hello,
Lisa.
everyone.
I said Miss
Sorry.
Lisa. I said Miss Lisa again.
I asked you to try. It's not working.
It's his gentleman countryside. That's all it is.
So you got anything for Lisa, Joe? You got any questions?
Actually, I wanted to, she's taught me a lot this past year. Everything she's talking about, she knows that I have started following suit in the things that she's talking about, including starting my son into learning to invest. I started him on an actual Fidelity account that they offer on Fidelity, the UTMA, and that's what we use now. And he actually sees for himself, and before, as as you know, SBK, I had him on a different type of account that really it wasn't earning him anything, and he just used it as his allowance, right? It was his little prepaid card. But now he's able to see and learn on the Fidelity app, because it's a teen account, and it teaches him. It's an app that teaches him how to invest, and it teaches him. He does little, what is it called, Lisa? Like little teaching or learning things that it teaches the kids, and it you know, they just, it's kind of interactive on the app, right? And so it's teaching him how his money is making money for him. And that's what I try to teach him. How can you start out now making your money work for you? Don't have your money just sitting, not making any money for you. If it's going to sit somewhere, you need it to be earning you some interest and earning you some money, earning money while it's sitting there, right? Is that kind of what you taught me, Lisa?
It sounds good to me, Joe. I mean, I don't know what is in the portfolio, but I am sure that you guys talked and came up with some good sound investments, some dividends rolling in and building into the portfolio.
I told you one of the things that he even told me, because we went through the portfolio together, and I let him tell me, okay, what do you want to invest your money in, right? And he said his laptop was powered by NVIDIA. So he's like, Mom, I use NVIDIA, look. So I want to invest in NVIDIA. And so I said, okay, so I mean, I let him help me choose for what he wants to invest in. But that's one of the things that I started this past year. And I'm starting out very small in my investments. I have started out small because I have to also build my emergency funds and things like that, right? So I have started out small, but I wanted to come on here specifically because in the chat, Lionel made a comment about, you better let those kids, not to spoil the kids, and to let them, he made a statement, let them figure it out on their own. And one of the things I wanted to mention, and I'm not going race card at all, but if we think about it, a lot of people that are in different cultural backgrounds grew up, in some cases, were able to grow up with generational wealth, or what they used to call as old money, right? Some people actually grew up and they had old money. And the reason they did that is because they set out their kids to have wealth when they grew up, right? They had whatever kind of setups that they had, but they set up their kids to have money when they got older. And so they've been living on old money, i.e. y'all's president, right? So that's one of the examples that I wanted to use. So why not our cultures? If we weren't brought up that way, and we weren't taught these things, but they don't teach you these things in school. So it's best that I want to teach my kids. I want to change. I want to break cycles in every aspect of my life: health, mental, wealth, finance, everything. So that's what I'm trying to set out. And that's what I think Lisa is helping in her channel. She helps break those cycles and teach our children so we can help them, because this world is getting harder than when we were growing up.
Can I say something, please?
Of course.
Okay. So I would not, I definitely don't feel like I am spoiling my daughter by allowing her to have savings and investments. I think that it's a lot more than I had as a teenager, but you know what I use? We look at it like this. This is the way I always paint the picture. We do Easter baskets and Christmas and Sweet 16s and so much outfits for this and that and Halloween, and we put money into all of those things. listen, at the same, we give our kids probably have an iPhone or some, they have gaming systems that cost $500. They have all these things. So at the same time, it's not gonna be all about that. I mean, at the same time, we're gonna buy some Apple stock, a fractional share. I'm not talking about I have to buy you a whole share of Apple every week or every month, but we're going to be putting money into VTI and into Apple, into Home Depot, good quality investments that I know, are going to build and grow. So, and I don't know what your financial situations are. I think it was up to 75,000 when we were getting stimulus money. You got the full stimulus, I think up to 75, from 75 to like 100, you got a partial stimulus. So a lot of people fall into that where, you're not 100,000, you're not a six-figure earner. So you got stimulus money. So did you need to put the stimulus money into your household? Were you in that financial situation? Or could you have taken that and invested that for your children, put it into a CD for your child? I understand everyone's financial situation wasn't the same. Potentially you were having a financial setback due to what we were going through. But if you weren't, did you make strides with that money in order to build and grow it, for the future, for when things turned around, for when the economy was thriving again? So that's what I'm all about. And I'm a regular person. I'm the first generation born in the US. Like I didn't have knowledge of these things. And my family came here and regular worker just trying to get on their feet. They didn't come here with a higher level skill. My mother worked in a factory, so listen, we're just trying to break the cycle, and I'm glad that I am in a financial place that I feel that I have enough to give a little bit to my daughter, or just what I've been able to contribute up to this point, just show her to keep it on track. And it has grown so much. Her portfolio, it's up substantially, because we've been putting in the work over the last 2 years, and the economy was down. And now it's thriving.
And when the economy is down, that's like you told me, and I loved the way you put it. I'm always looking for a coupon. I'm always looking for a discount. I'm always looking for those things. Well, that's what it means. When a stock is down, it's on sale. It's on sale, and it's going to go up eventually. So let's buy it on sale because it's cheaper at that point, and invest because it's going to go up eventually.
Listen, the right investments. You can't, not everything. The good quality investments that, have a proven track record and all of that. I definitely take the opportunity. When Google was, down 155, 160, I said, yes, that is something.
We're using Google, you know.
So that's some like that. I'm using that as a quick example, but you got to know, we can't just throw our money into some random meme coin now. That's not what I mean when I say that. Not everything on sale is going to come down and go back up. Some things are just going down forever.
I mean the long-term investments, good quality companies.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good. Very good. Lisa, where can the audience and everybody that's listening to us at the sound of our voice, where can we connect with you? Tell us about your channel. Tell us where we can connect with you on all platforms that you have.
Well, you can find me on Instagram, Lisa J _stocks, like the stock market, stocks. And this Lisa J Stocks here on YouTube. I think I should be easily searchable here on YouTube.
Gotcha. You have anything particular going on with your channel? Is there anything that you are going to be talking about here in the near future that we can tune into, get be eager to catch you on. Yes, ma'am. What was you
Joe?
gonna say?
I was reminding her the credit. I think your live today on credit was like really good. You held a lot of people were in there and
Oh
very
yeah. That was that
chat
last.
questions were going. I was hoping that I could help you with the chat questions because they were flying. They really were.
Well, I think with my channel, it's going to be more of the same. If you guys stop by my channel, please leave a comment, any requests that you have, and I will take it under consideration because I'm always trying to be in tune with what the subscribers, what the supporters are looking for, and I love to get comments and feedback. So, but I'm about focusing on long-term investing, prioritizing retirement. If you can, considering incorporating a custodial account for your kids, and of course, staying out of debt and having a good credit score. And those are the things that we were touching on in today's live. I usually go live at 3 p.m. Eastern time on Sundays. And I dropped videos and shorts and community posts throughout the week. So just check me out.
Absolutely. You guys hear that? You guys go follow her on Instagram, Lisa J Stocks on Instagram. You can follow her here on YouTube. She goes live every Sunday. You guys go check her out. Lisa, I will be reaching out to you, ma'am. Here we go again. Sorry. I will be reaching out to you. I want to give a more in-depth interview with you in the near future. This is just some outstanding information. I hope everybody in the chat that's listening, they learn something and they can tune in. But I'll get with you here in the near future. We can set a date and we can just do a whole full live about this. So man, it's just an honor to have you on the chat. So I appreciate you coming up. So.
All right. Well, thank you. And, feel free to reach out when you want to work on that collab. Just let me know your schedule and whatnot. And you know how to get in touch with me.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
All right, then. Well, have a good night. You guys in Texas. I'm an hour ahead of you guys.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
All right. Good night.
All right. Have a good night. Well, Joe, that was some good information. Great information. You and I talk about being financially free and financially secure and all that. And I look forward to getting with her and talking to her about financial stuff. So let me ask you something. Since you're up on the panel, we're talking about a new year, new journey. What's in store for you? What kind of goals you have for the new year? That you want to share with us?
I'm going to go ahead and announce it tonight. I am rebranding my channel. And I had put a poll the end of last year because I wanted to rebrand my channel name and what have you. And so the name that won is something that I've been working with TCAT on the back end to. I didn't catch your question yet, Urban. Sorry. But I'll look at it in a minute. So I've been working with TCAT on the back end to announce my rebrand name. Oh,
we can get back to that.
Oh, to rebrand my channel name, and so I am switching it up and changing it. And I was going to do a big to-do announcement, but what better place to announce it where I started out, because I'm only on YouTube, or I started out on YouTube to come on here and support my bestie. And so I think it's the best place that I go ahead and announce that I am rebranding my channel to be called Thrive and Glow with Joe. That was the name of 3 that I put on a panel, and that's the one that won. That was my favorite anyway. And so TCAT has created some new thumbnails and some new banner and everything for my channel that I'm going to be changing it. And I've been that's why I was going live in December, so I could kind of just introduce my thought process. I have always had this. And I'm just going to give the story again. I once had a friend that took a picture of a lighthouse, and he showed me the picture and I loved it, but it spoke to me when I saw the lighthouse. I don't know why. It was something speaking to me, and I saw that lighthouse and I saw myself in the lighthouse. And that is something, and this is years ago, but that is something that I've always wanted to mimic myself as. I've gone through a long, big journey of not only weight loss, but also mental and trauma healing. And so in doing so, I wanted to be that lighthouse and help others also that need that are in that darkness that I once was in, and that need that light, and to see that there is light at the end of the tunnel. So with that said, that is where my name comes from, or my channel rebrand comes from. And so that's why I am Thrive and Glow with Joe.
Excellent. Excellent. So, is you have a consulting company as well, correct?
Yes.
Can you?
I started.
I am a part of this consulting. I am a client. I'm her client of Thrive and Glow Consulting. So go ahead.
So one of the things that I started in 2024 is my brand business, and that is my Thrive and Glow Consulting. And so I basically am a consultant, and in helping in anything and everything having to do with building the brand, building the business, and as we thrive and glow together. And so that's what I've been doing. That's where I started out. Like I said, I came on here to support my bestie, and we've worked a long time together, just kind of growing and building, as best friends, right? And so why not work on it together and help each other out, because we are a partnership of sense. We're not a marriage, so we are a partnership, Urban, and we can call that, and that's why he's one of my clients, and that's what I help him do on the back end. And so,
by the way, let me interject right there. There is a part of me being a client I have not really came out and said.
I didn't mention it either.
I'm just saying it's going to be brought out, but there's a part of my income that I want to make a big reveal of to you guys. So just stay tuned. So that is the reason why I have partnered up with Joe and her company, Thrive and Glow Consulting. And so she has helped me on the back end in real life with my business that I have, my source of income. And I will be coming out with that. And as soon as some things come out, I will show you guys what I've been
working on,
basically doing for the past 6 months, Joe?
Yeah.
More than 6 months. So I'm trying to expand on that, and so Joe is helping me with that. So I'm excited about showing. Go ahead.
It's all like Lisa mentioned. It's all about different streams of income, right? We've got our 9 to 5, and you just build different streams of income, and that's what we're thriving towards, right? And so that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, and that's why he wanted to have this, and we wanted, we've been building up towards it, and it's just going to get even bigger in 2025. That's what we've been, and that's why we wanted to share today and talk about these things and what we've been working on. And it's not like, we just keep working, right? We just keep growing and working together and to try to get better. And that's what we want to share with everybody, including with Mr. Lionel.
What's
Welcome
up?
to the
What's up?
channel.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
I need to
What's up,
drop.
y'all?
What's up with you, bro?
No, I just came up here for support.
Oh yeah. Well, it's always a pleasure to have you because, man, without you in the chat, without your support, it won't be live, bro. It won't be live at all. It wouldn't be live at all to have Lionel. You know what I mean? Without Lionel, you know what I mean? So what you got? What's up with you?
No, I'm just listening to, y'all positive energy, y'all positive message.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, because we need to get you growing this year too, right? Marketing your book. You're an author. He is a great artist too. I found out last night.
He is on a real though. Can you please? I mean, I know we BS all the time, Lionel, but I would really like for you to take the opportunity to share with everybody what you got going on as far as your work and stuff. Because I want people to tune into you, and I want people to subscribe to you, buy your products. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Oh, when it comes to my work, like Joe was saying, it started off with me having to sketch everything. If there was anything I ever took seriously in school, it was art class, and so I would just be sketching. Now, I don't like shading my characters, honestly, because it takes forever. So a lot of them end up looking plain, but it has a lot of detail on it. Then I eventually got into 3D art, and I started using programs like Reality, Hexagon, DAW Studio, Poser. I started using all of that. Started learning how to mold clothes and everything, how to do textures. So I got into that. Then I shifted over to Corel and Photoshop and learned how to cell shade, learned how to do the different effects and whatnot to generate these characters. I know it's just always a progression. Now I'm using a different Photoshop program to animate the characters, but that's also taken quite a long time because it's, normally you have a whole team to do this. With the writing, conceptualization is important. I'm not trying to be like another author, but I'm also trying to dictate my own style also. So that comes with it also. If y'all see the type of stuff I'm putting out, y'all know this isn't your everyday type of writing.
Right.
Promotion is always the goal. I'm in a better position to do it hardcore currently than what I've been in the past. But that's also because of choices I've made, supporting family, helping other people. And it sounds like excuses, but I put my attention elsewhere instead of just putting it on myself and my work. So that's what I'm doing now. But it's a lot that goes into it. The website is where it's really popping. If you look me up, like literally just look me up, you're going to find my books in different places. But the website, I got a whole bunch of narratives on there right now. Character profiles, terminology, all type of stuff on there. And that's what I'm also focusing hardcore on. It gets updated every other day, essentially.
Right. And I very much, I agree with Urban. Lionel is a phenomenal creator. I was just looking at your stuff, man. And I was looking at it with my daughter, and it kind of caught her eye. Check this out. You like that? Of course, she's into that type of stuff, and she was like, "Yeah," you know what I mean. And so you got an eye for it. Where can I reach you at, bro? Where can I reach you at?
So I got on the default on the homepage, I actually have a video that tells where you can go where you can navigate throughout the entire site, where you can read the stories, because they're all it's definitely something you have to maneuver, but The first page literally gives you a video, quick video that tells you where you can go and read the stories. And if you put in Lionel Suggs on Amazon, you can get the old books. They don't have the cool images of today though, because that's me 14 years ago when I was still doing my sketches. So, and you can go to Amazon, you can go to Walmart. They just dropped all my paperbacks on there. They've got different sites in different countries actually that I'm starting to maneuver around and see what they got going on where they're selling my work. But yeah, if you go straight to the website, the first page, it should be the first video, and it literally tells you what's popping over there, how to maneuver and read the stories.
Y'all see Miss Jazzy, she's posted Lionel's links. And if you would, please support my brother. Very cool and funny guy, but very talented. You know what I'm saying? Don't mistake his humor for his, not having nothing. He's very talented. So please go support him. What I know you said you'd like to expand and go go overseas and stuff like that. What other goals do you have to take this? You know what I'm saying? Is there an ultimate goal that you'd like to take this, or what's the next level?
Oh, just basically to put out a publishing company that's going to give our image a better light, better than what Tyler Perry's trying to do, better to put us to do what Milestone Comics tried to do in the 90s and failed. And because we need that representation of us in the sci-fi fantasy worlds, because we don't have that
at all.
Like, it's extremely minimal. And unlike Joe, I will play the race card. All of our characters are essentially made by white people, and people are like, that shouldn't be a problem as long as we got the representation. No, that's a problem.
Right.
That's a problem.
Right.
And I'm sure, I'm building a brand where it is created by a Black person, and not all, but the majority of the characters are colored characters. And it gives us a very different level of intellectualism and conceptualization.
Right.
So, and I want to have more people on board with that and creating that. Now, of course, the stories I write, they're going to have to expand into other areas with different writers also. Because with my stories, they're not conventional concepts. You can look through media in the last 100 years, because I've done the research. You're not going to see anyone who's writing what I write basically go the distance. So I'm going to have to expand on different avenues also to push it further.
How are you going to do that? What's the plan to push it further?
Oh man, we're gonna have to write something like Twilight.
Okay.
We're gonna have to write some more small scale stuff, but put an our color over it, because again, we don't have that.
Right.
And it'll be a great way to branch into it.
Right. What people don't understand, I think you brought it up in Urban's chat. I was listening. People don't understand, like, stuff like, the Black Panther and Wakanda and all that. That all came from Stan
Yeah.
Lee. You know what I'm saying? That's not a
Black guys.
Yeah, that's not a Black person's concept. Those are all white folks. Not being racist. That's just truth. You know what I'm saying? That's not a Black person's concept. And so, coming from a young man like yourself that's doing this and has that mind to put out something that I know that my daughter and Joe's son, I know the type of stuff that you're creating, they love that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you've been there. You know what I'm saying? You're a young person, so you've been there and you know what they're looking for. So that's what's needed. And so, man, salute to Lionel, bro.
And to that point, let me also point out that when you're looking something like Marvel, when you're looking what they're pushing, You got Black Panther and Wakanda. They're showing you Africans over there, rich, powerful, all of that. You go over to America where you got Falcon. He's not like that.
Right.
Just a broke dude from Baltimore.
Right.
That's what they did. I don't like that narrative.
Right. You're absolutely right. A broke dude from Baltimore that eventually became Captain America by default.
Yeah.
Basically. You know what I'm saying? What were you gonna say, Joe? You were gonna say something? Did you wanted to add something?
That's one of the main things that a lot of people use to market it. This is created by a Black man. You know, you're creating this, and that's your market to market as, right? Because that's something that is not very common. So that's something that you have
Right.
and can utilize.
Correct.
I know.
Very, very good. Very, very good. I am very excited for you, bro. The link Miss Jazzy posted, you guys go follow him. And I'm sorry, I'm reading something in the back chat. But yeah, you guys go follow Lionel. And I've been, on his community posts, he gives you just a glimpse, just a glimpse of what he really shows, what he has as far as his work is concerned. You know what I'm saying? I've pinned the link. You guys can come up and tell me what y'all got in store for the new year. Just I want to hear y'all's goals. I want to hear y'all's concepts. I want to hear what y'all got in store. You know what I'm saying?
Disrupt.
Go ahead.
Oh, Disrupt and Discuss podcast. They just dropped the video.
Right.
And that video was basically talking about goals, planning.
Correct. Misogi. They was talking about Misogi.
They was doing good. All this stuff is stuff that my mom, she tries to throw in my ear. And even with the money lady that was just on, my mom would try to throw that stuff in my ear also, because she's into all of that.
Right.
So when y'all hear me talking, and I know how I talk, I do. Part of that though is legit, because this is an 11-year-old who had to be in survival mode since she was technically 7, and she learned all of this stuff that y'all are talking about. So she's throwing it back also, but her whole job is trying to help people make money. That's literally her whole job, just trying to help people get jobs, make money, flip that money. I'm in a bind. I know I could give her $5. She'll flip it to 500, and be like, here you go. I don't like asking her for nothing, but because I'm supposed to do it myself. But that's just been the mentality we've been on. That's how we grew up. She had parents, not really. She had family that also had particular knowledge, but they weren't, here's the knowledge, let's help you. They said, no, you in the streets by yourself, you're gonna have to learn by yourself. That was the reality. And so that's what she did. But now we know they didn't say it like that because it wasn't that nice, but she got the hint.
Right. I got you.
That's why I asked, when y'all give this information, can y'all give this information to the hood rats that's in the street? Can y'all give this to the pookies trying to boost up? Maybe change their life around.
YouTube, tell them, just give them the link. Get them on YouTube. They got phones.
I knew you was being serious when you said that. You know what I'm saying? But it's funny that shout out to my sis, It's Just E, and her homegirl KC. The live that they had, and y'all, Disrupt and Discuss podcast, put your link in the chat if you would, please. I need to mod you up anyways. I'll do that in a little bit. I could go back and do it later. But like Lionel was talking about, the last live they did, they were talking about misogi, a Japanese Shinto type ritual that the Japanese had back in the Gap, and it's basically a cleansing of everything and starting new, and basically people have basically kind of like flipped it and made it into a practice to where you're shedding old habits and beliefs, and you're embracing new stuff. You're forcing yourself to take on new habits, new adventures, new endeavors. You know what I'm saying? And I just love the way, and Lionel spoke of it, I just love the way that KC, like for example, she is going to be a power lifter, Joe. She wants to be a power lifter. KC. And
I already heard the live.
Right. She wants to be a power lifter, and so she wants to jump out there and start doing that. So it's all, you know, life is all about taking risks, you know what I'm saying? And but you only have one life to live. So you gotta reach out and do it, you know what I'm saying? So I was very, very much motivated whenever I listened to that. And so with that being said, you know, I have a lot of goals as well, you know, mentally and physically, but you know, that's what Lionel was referring to, you know. A lot of Pookies and what do you call it? LaQuisha, what'd you say?
Pokisha.
Prokisha.
Yeah, Pukisha.
Pukisha. Yeah. So shout out to the Sis Disrupt and Discuss podcast. You know what I mean? Y'all go sub up to them. They drop a new podcast series every Wednesday. They always drop every Wednesday. So put the if you're still around, put the link in the chat. I have to mod Disrupt and Discuss podcast. So, but yeah.
And they're on all podcasts, Apple Podcasts. What's the one I listen on?
Spotify.
I knew it was with an S.
Yeah,
Spotify. They're on all podcasts. You can catch them, but they're also here on YouTube. She started posting them. You can actually visually see them talking. And I've gone back and watched them talking, and I had already listened to it. So it's very interesting.
Very, 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 very. But you know, it's funny that you know Lionel was speaking about, you know, being at a very early age, his mom, and so forth and so on. Which brings me to this, and I'm talking to myself, and you guys can, both of you guys, and the link is pinned, guys. Whoever wants to hit the link, y'all can. We're just talking about New Year's goals and New Year goals and aspirations and things that we're gonna do and be better. But me personally, I want to be, you know, mentally fit. You know what I'm saying? How many times have we been, you know, as a man, I'm talking about as a man, mentally, I've broken down, you know what I mean? Because of lack of sleep, because of issues outside the outside world can basically, you know, it can do something to your psyche. So you got to be mentally prepared for this world, you know what I mean? And so what do I have to do to be mentally prepared to face the world? You know what I'm saying? So I got some goals to combat that. You know what I mean? I was talking to somebody earlier. It was like, hey, SBK, you need to walk. You need to embrace walking, embrace nature. You know, breathe. You know what I'm saying? Rest more. You know what I mean? That's something that's foreign to me, honestly. I get little sleep, ladies and gentlemen. You know, but that will pay uh, that will, that will hurt you in the end if you don't have enough rest. So, but everything, your body's gonna lay you down if you don't lay down. You know what I'm saying? So those are some of the goals that I have. So
I got a question.
Go ahead, Lon.
How do y'all look at somebody having an ego?
Well, we all have an ego. You know what I mean?
And I'm asking this for a reason.
We all have an ego. Let me answer that first.
Hmm.
We all have an ego, but it's all about keeping it in check and dealing with somebody that does have an ego. If it's an overbearing type ego, the way I deal with it, I don't deal with it at all. I just laugh and go about my business. But because I do understand, I'm not going to be facetious and say, oh, you shouldn't have an ego. You should humble yourself. No, man, an ego comes with self-confidence. It just comes with confidence in yourself. You know what I'm saying? Having an ego is not necessarily bad, but when you have an ego that is to the point to where it's disrespectful and it's hindering, whether it's hindering somebody to grow or if it's a bullying type mentality, that's when you got issues. But with me, I don't look at it that way, dealing with somebody with an ego. If somebody has an ego, I'll be like, that it's overbearing and they like full of themselves. I'm like, and Joe will tell you, Lionel, I'm the type of person, I look at people, I just laugh and just go about my business. Look at this fool here. You know what I'm saying? And just go about my business. So, like DR says, cocky versus confidence. It's a difference. You know what I'm saying? And so everybody has that thin line of being, having an ego. But I just think it just narrows down to you being confident. So
Can I say something?
Of course.
So I don't see anything wrong with having an ego because I've come from the opposite perspective. So a little bit about my story. I used to be 525 pounds. So I was not a woman that was ugly. It didn't matter how big I was. I wasn't ugly. And I can say that, right? Even being 525 pounds. I have a friend that, he met me at 525 pounds and he described me as, you are a great representation of a big woman because I kept myself clean. I kept myself dressed nice. You know what I mean? That's the difference, right? There are some women that just don't take care of themselves. And I remember I used to say, man, they're giving my big girls a bad name because they don't take care of themselves and they just let themselves go. However, I ended up having relationships where my self-esteem was really, really broken, right? And so 10 years ago, the transition I made getting out of that relationship, my self-esteem was in the trash, okay? So I've been there. So there's nothing wrong with having an ego because I had to pick up and I had to build my self-esteem, right? But it does, as you get more mature, because it doesn't matter how old you are, as maturity comes, the ego is what he's talking about. There's that, having that self-confidence versus being cocky and being obnoxious with other people. So that's where that thin line comes from. Sometimes I see your smirk and sometimes you come across as being cocky, but I think as you get to know you have that confidence, and that's where it is because you like to joke around. And that's where most people, I'm going to let you know, most people that try to cross that line with you or that you allow to cross that line with you. And I'm just giving you my wisdom of what I've seen in getting to know you. I think once they cross that line to get to know you, they'll see that. They'll see that you're just confident and you like to joke around and laugh. And there's nothing wrong with that, because believe me, I'd rather joke around than cry. You know? So I'd rather laugh than cry. So I'm going to joke around, but most of the time if I am joking around, it's because I'm nervous and I'm trying to, so there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you coming across as cocky, because the right one is going to try to get to know you and see that it's all confidence.
And I don't look at you as being cocky or having an ego. Joe well said, I look at you as a guy that's you stand on what you say. You know what I mean? You got to respect that. You know what I'm saying? Now, in a lot of people's eyes, it might be way out of their realm of thinking, but I look at it as a guy that's he's standing on business like old dude, standing on business, and you are very confident in what you're saying. So that's the way I look at it. Go ahead. So what were you thinking about?
So when I tell you, now you both got kids, and have you heard of the anime Blue Lock?
Blue Lock?
So Blue Lock is a soccer anime, and the main theme of this show is ego. Now, stay with me because this flows into the conversation. And my mom, because our whole family, we watch anime. She watches anime more than all of us. And this anime shifted her narrative of what she thought having an ego was supposed to be, or how people create that just as one comment said, ego or arrogance. This guy wants to build the best soccer team in the world, in Japan technically, but he wants to build the greatest striker in the world, and he gathers 300 players, and he's letting them know, we're going to weed you out. If you lose any practice game, essentially you're done. You can never play soccer ever again, and you got to sign a contract that says this. So they got the pressure on, but he's showing them clips of the best soccer players in the world and their interviews, and how they're not sitting here congratulating their team. They're not saying we did it together. They beating their chest like King Kong, roaring like Godzilla. I was that dude. I was him. So we're watching this anime, and when we're watching it, you're looking at they're molding different characters by literally shooting their ego up to the sun, letting them see just, you need to be arrogant. He's outright telling them, you need on this field, no teamwork. It has to be all about getting that goal. And you're watching these characters literally level up, and they're weeding 300 into a mere 20, because those who had the greatest egos are the ones who made it the furthest. Those who knew that they were either the best or knew that they could become better than everyone else. People that didn't want to lose. They just outright didn't want to lose.
Right.
And they figured out a way to shift their narrative and level up. So, in her mind, it made her re-examine how she looked at ego completely. And this is generally what happens when we're watching anime regardless. We're watching Bleach also, the 1,000-Year Blood War, and her whole mentality is shifting because of what's currently happening in the third season. And she wants to use that with her business, but also in life. With us, it's never new year, what's the new goal? Because it has to be a constant evolution regardless. We have to constantly get out. Just because you got the big victory, what comes next? And I have to remind her, because I've been doing it since I was younger. Like, all right, y'all gotta stay with me, because I talk to her a little differently. And she'll be sitting here, might be crying, she might be, self-doubt, self-pity, and I gotta be like, the hell you crying for? What are you sad about? You've already shown that you can do this. Like, flip it again, or just go out and do it again.
Right.
And she's like, no, Chris, it's different this time. And it's like, you always say it's fucking different, but it's not. You know? Next thing you know, she's telling me I only got $500 in the bank, you know what? And I'm like, that's a great problem that you have, because you didn't have that 10 years ago. You know, you already know how to do this. Just flip this like this, or, make moves. Then she'll be like, no, because she'll want to do the pity party, and I'm putting her business out. But then I'm sitting here like, you got to cut that shit out. Like, you got to man up. And, oh, she a woman, I know. Then she'll hit me up 3 hours later. Chris, I got $10,000 in the bank. Chris, $150 just got thrown at me by a client. Chris, I just made $60K. You just did all that in 3 hours. So what was you bitching about? And she's like, you always do this. And that has been a constant thing literally for 20 years with us, where she'll go down and I constantly have to remind her, look at where you used to be at. Because I have no problem throwing the past back in her face and letting her know this is where you used to be at. You're sitting here right now telling me that you can't pay your $8,000 rent right now. And I'm like, but you're going to get the money. You over here complaining. Remember, we used to be in a situation where we couldn't pay an $80 rent. We used to be in a situation where you couldn't pay $500 rent. Look at how your problems have evolved. This is what you're complaining about now. And I got to pay $150,000 to my employees. I don't got all the money. Look at what you're complaining about now. And then I'm constantly telling her how her complaints have evolved. And I keep showing her. So then on one end, I'm telling her, yo, you need to go out there and just tell them you hurt. Let them know, you the best out here. So what? Piss them off and watch what happens. And on the other hand, you got to just look at your problems. Your problems just keep evolving.
Right.
Just keep evolving. Because all that motivational stuff that she'll say, when she gets stressed, it'll go out the window. She'll forget it very quickly. But now I got to sit here and do my job and make sure she get her ego back on track. So that's why I brought it up, because she's absorbing what she's watching and using life to also reassess, and it's forcing her to also level up. But we constantly do that. So again, like that's why I said it's never a new year, new us, or new goals. It's no. Now that we've done this, now we got to find a way to do this.
Okay, that's what a partnership is. Okay, so and in a sense, if you ever get married, that's what a team is. Okay, you give each other, you feed off each other. And it's never ending. I'm sure I've been married before, so I can speak on it. Okay, it's a team. It's teamwork. That's why we were not made exactly the same, and we feed off each other, right? And it's with your mom. My son, for me too. There's times he just sees me. We're not always going to be up as human beings. Okay. We're not always going to be our ego's always going to be on point.
Yeah, I know.
It's not, right? You also will need someone to pick you up off the trenches whenever you're feeling down. Right now, you feel a lot of burden because it's always you giving her that, inspiration, that motivation, but it's you and her. And she's teaching you.
Oh, yeah.
You want to have a relationship later or not. She's teaching you.
Oh, yeah, she is.
You're going to want to have or not. But that's what it's about. That's why I always tell SBK, hey, you're either going to die alone or you're going to die. You're going to have someone helping you. Or what did I tell you in the chat the other day? You better get some good insurance to have somebody take care of you. And I'm talking to you, Lionel, because you're either going to have somebody take care of you, but that's what it's all about, though. That's what a partnership is about, too. You don't have, you're picking each other up, because I'm not always up and glowing and thriving, right? I'm not. But SBK can tell you, and he complains too about me being down and sad sometimes, right? My son will see me and he'll just come over to me. My son is a big hugger, y'all. He comes over to me and he says, "Mom, come here." And he just hugs me. And it's like, I don't know if y'all know, I know somebody talked about what that it just does something for you. And he just hugs me and I just kind of breathe in and it releases. So it's just different ways that you pick each other up. But that is life. And you're always going to have that. And that's what you're going to need from someone too. And it's not going to come from the street girls.
All I got to say is this. That's all I got to say.
It wasn't loud enough. He's trying to play one of those urban things.
You can't hear it?
Couldn't hear it, man.
Oh, hell.
It wasn't loud enough.
I'm gonna have to get me one of them things, Urban. I gotta steal that one for sure. That one right there. But great conversation, guys. But for me, y'all, 2025 is a year of accountability.
Okay.
It's a year of accountability. If y'all didn't catch my live I did a few days ago, I lost my uncle. I think he's like 87 years old, 88, lived a great life, you know what I'm saying? So, and I explained, y'all go check out the live, man. It wasn't a live, it's a pre-recorded video. Y'all go check it out. And I dedicated that video to him. One of the last messages that I heard him speak was at a family reunion, and he was talking about accountability, how we're all going to be held accountable for the things that we say, things that we do on this earth, and so forth and so on. And whenever I got the news that he passed away, I started reflecting about the things that I learned from him, you know what I'm saying? And the dude was just, I don't know how to say it. Joe has met him, y'all. Lionel, Joe's met it, before. Joe can attest to what I'm saying right now. The guy was a great dude, you know what I'm saying? Just all around great dude. If anybody was to meet him, off top, if he was to meet him, be like, man, that dude's a great human being, you know what I mean? And so he's one of those guys, man, that he's just a man's man. But anyways, accountability for me, holding myself accountable. If I do something wrong, get it right. In order for me not to get it wrong, do it right the first time. You know what I'm saying? If I wrong somebody, be man enough to apologize and to make it right. You know what I mean? I credit myself in being a guy that's transparent. You know what I mean? I want to be approachable. If someone wants to talk to me, I want to be that guy that is transparent, approachable, willing to talk. I'm always down to listen. You know what I'm saying? So I want to be a guy like that. You know what I mean? Be transparent, hold myself accountable. You know what I mean? As I was stating before, that disrupt and discuss. E and KC were talking about that misogi, that Japanese Shinto ritual thing or whatever. I want to get rid of some things that I've been doing for years. You know what I'm saying? There's habits that I have that I just need to get rid of. You know what I mean? I won't go into detail, but I just want to get rid of some habits. But at the same time, replace those habits with things that that are productive. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that Lisa J. Stocks came up. One of the goals, financially stable, but also this YouTube thing, man. Since I am monetized, been monetized for a month or two now. I'm almost at that second tier of monetization. I believe that after this live here, when it gets to be calculated, I'll be over that hump of to get to that second tier of monetization. So I want to take this channel and I want to, do some great things with it. You know what I'm saying? So listening to both of y'all, Lionel and you, Joe, this channel here, I'm wanting to take it to bigger and better heights. It's not easy being a content creator. It's not, sometimes, you don't feel like doing it, but if you have something to say, there's always something to there's always going to be a platform for you if you have that platform. You know what I mean? So I have the platform and I got a lot to say. So I'm gonna take advantage of it. You know what I mean? So year of accountability. You know what I mean? What you got to say on that, Joe?
I agree. And then also sharing with others so others can learn and we can share, like Lionel says, positivity and things that we can help others, we can help each other out with, because I don't believe anyone is on an island and anyone should just be on an island and just learning for themselves. In my opinion, I want to help others learn also while I'm learning, because I don't know it all. Just like I mentioned, we forgot that question that Urban mentioned. I kind of saw some sarcasm in the question as he talks about husbands and all this, and because of something that I mentioned about the tax code. I'm not married, so I can't talk about I'd employ my husband as he works for me. He works for the family. He works just like I would, right? If I was married, we work for the family and for the team. If I was a stay-at-home mom, right, I'd be working in the household and taking care of the household. So it would still be the same thing. And then I would have my online business and doing those things, right? I would love to be a stay-at-home mom, as a matter of fact, if anybody is out there and hear me. But, I'm just saying I'd be a very good homemaker. I promise. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is, I'm not married. And sarcasm aside, I was talking about the tax code. I actually, one of the things that I've been learning in 2024 is the tax code and in building my business and building my brand. So that's one of the things that I learned that I could do. And it was about my son or my children, not my husband. So I was just answering that question. But anyway, point is, whatever I'm learning, I want to help others also. That's what I think we're all doing. I think that's what we're all doing, when we're out here, unless you're in different sectors and you're talking about beef and whatever you're talking about, right? But we're out here trying to help each other out and, pick each other up from the trenches.
What you got on it, Lionel? What are your thoughts about accountability, young man? What are your thoughts about accountability and being transparent? Well, I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, I don't even like saying it like that. Just my reality has definitely been you're not allowed to make excuses. That's just always been the reality. You're not allowed to make excuses. And although people they challenge certain questions, I've got to witness a lot of storms where a parent had to be accountable, even when logically you shouldn't be blaming that person for that. But when you're watching a little girl grow up and you're in the middle of it and you're just seeing her get blamed for everything, And it's like, it comes to a point where it's like, okay, we can't make no excuses, you know? And the more you grow up, if it's like something didn't get done, it's your fault. Just instantly. It's the choice that you made. It is what it is. Now you got to find resolution. You got to find a way to fix the problem. You got to find a way to accomplish what you're doing. Again, you can't make excuses, which is why when I see people making excuses, it doesn't resonate, but I do understand, because I can understand you're in a situation and whatnot, but you're going to have to get out of that. I don't instantly just point the blame and just be like, it's your fault though, because that doesn't help you understand anything. Just by saying it's your fault, it doesn't help you understand anything. And that's the one thing people don't talk about. You need to be held accountable. When they're saying that, you also need to understand and be able to craft solutions. Even if you don't like the solutions, craft something up, whip something up. How are you going to solve this? How are you going to get to the next level?
Right.
You know, that's what a lot of these women can't understand. But like, that's where we're at.
It's very true. And one of the things I remember, actually, my sis E, she mentioned one time, and it very much spoke to me. And that's one of the things I talk about, healing from trauma, right? You can't, when you get to a certain age, and it comes with maturity also, because it doesn't matter how old you are, okay? And I'm just going to touch on it. I had childhood trauma at 9 years old, okay? I can't be at 53 years old still saying I'm still suffering from what happened to me at 9 years old. It comes a time where you have to pick up your big girl panties, and you got to take accountability for yourself and your adulthood. Yes, I went through things, and I went through trenches because of those things, right? Because of that trauma, but I've had to build as I've gone, and I can't make excuses. Right? You get to a point where, and you meet a lot of people who still are holding or harboring those things and tell you, I'm like this because of what I went through.
Yeah.
I get it. But it comes a time where you have to find out what got you there. That's what I talk about when I say I was 525 pounds because I ate myself. I ate for comfort, right? Because you would have thought I was a great kid, but I was eating. Joe was eating, and she was great, but I was killing myself, in eating. So I had to get to a point when I started losing that weight. I had to find out, why did I get to 525 pounds? There's a reason. And I had to start healing those things. See, so that's what it comes through. You have to heal those traumas and stop making excuses and pick up your big girl panties or big boy panties and start fixing yourself and start building yourself and changing for the better. Not that it's not going to come back, and because that's where I've always said, that's where the enemy or whatever in your life comes at you and tries to throw you a curveball, right? And drop you down. And that's what happens to your mom in essence, right? That negativity comes and tries to knock her down, and she's got her great son to tell her, hey, let's get up. You can do it again, and she's blessed to have you. So
absolutely.
I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna drop the link again, and guys, I'm gonna let me drop it right quick before I'm gonna take a couple commercials. And hold on, let me drop this link again. If anybody else wants to come up and hit on what we've been talking about, or if you want to talk about what you got going on as far as your goals for the new year. And so let me get a couple commercial breaks. I want to say shout out to the Pillow Princess T Cat and we're going to get a couple commercials here, and we'll be right back. All right, man. Shout out to T-Cat. If you're a content creator out there, I know Lionel can attest to this, being someone who's a good artist and all of that. T-Cat will help you. You know what I mean? So y'all go sub up to T-Cat, go reach out to her, send her an email, say, hey, T-Cat, SK sent me your way, and we have somebody at the door. Urban.
Hey, tell
Huh?
Joe to come. Tell Joe to come on back up here. We need to have a conversation about this one. No, come on back up here, Joe.
You heard that, Joe? You getting called out up here. What you got on it? What you got on it, Urban? What you got on it? What you got on it, bro? What you got on it?
I'm trying to figure it out, man. I'm trying to figure out why would she would employ her husband.
Come on back up here, Joe.
But would employ her child. That's kind of weird.
She said I'm moderating.
You just told me to come up here, and I came up here. Hey, the last time this happened, she was talking about Urban was running for me. I'm here.
Yeah, she did say
I'm
that.
here.
Oh, wow.
She did say that. I remember.
Hey, you know, man, I was looking at the playback from last week with the all-man panel. I could do nothing but trip out during that whole time. You know what I'm saying? You guys are me and E call ourselves a dynamic duo, but man, y'all two are crazy as hell, bro. Y'all are crazy as hell. But Urban, what you got going on, man? What you got on everything, man?
To nothing not much. You're talking about for us the topic, talking about accountability.
Yeah, whatever you got. Yeah, whatever. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. If you want to talk, the floor is yours. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So for us, things that I got going on, of course, I got things going on with my channel, with personal life as well too. That I'm working it out with that. That's work in progress. Now, for us, the whole topic about accountability, I do agree that we do have to hold ourselves on a level of accountability. That's the only way we're going to grow. But however, I hate to say this, in most cases, men tend to hold themselves way more accountable than women do. Women hold themselves accountable in certain situations that benefits them, but when it comes down to other situations, they don't like to hold themselves accountable based on what Lionel was saying earlier about the ego. So
I want your perspective on something, Urban. And Lionel, I know you're gonna have something to put on it. You guys are the 1-2 punch. I dynamic duo, 1-2 punch, whatever you want to call it. You guys are the 1-2 punch. You know what I'm saying? But I want your perspective, Urban, on communication. And I use the word, being the word that I use was being transparent in relationships and so forth, so on. I think it's very important that people learn how to communicate effectively, and communicate whenever it's needed. You know what I'm saying? I think I have been, looking introspectively at myself. I've been one to hold a lot of things inside, and it's for the better good, sometimes, because a lot of times things are meant to just keep to yourself, you know what I mean? Because things can be blown out of proportion if you do say things. But communication and so forth, whenever you communicate well with someone and you let them know your intentions and you let them know how you are as a human being, sometimes that can be misconstrued, you know what I'm saying? And so especially if you're in a relationship, or if you're married, or if you have a friendship, whatever, you know what I mean? Communication is very much important, but it can also be misconstrued, and it can also be confusion, in that. So in 2025, I stated that I wanted to be more transparent. I want to be more more of an effective communicator. You know what I'm saying? Um, but how important is that in a relationship? I know you in your y'all go sub up to my bro Urban podcast, Urban Lounge podcast. On your in your house, you discuss a lot about communication, about relationships, you know, all that. You know what I'm saying? I want your perspective on communication and effective communicating. I just want your general perspective on that and how important that is.
Yeah, sure. Effective communication is very, 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 very important in relationships, not partnerships, but in relationships. All right. It's very important because you have to understand the expectation from both people, from the husband and the wife. Give you an example, like in my marriage, me and my wife, we have very good effective communication skills. We're able to communicate to each other, even if it's something that we don't want to hear. Like for example, it could be something as simple as what's something that's harsh. Oh, the previous election. My wife, she voted for Kamala Harris, and I voted for Trump, and so we ended up having a whole conversation talking about that.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, so we ended up having a whole conversation talking about that, even though I disagree with her on her perspective on voting for Kamala Harris, and she disagreed on my perspective about Trump. It didn't hinder our relationship because we gave each other effective communication. We gave each other the expectation of the reason why we did what we did. You know what I'm saying? Without leaving no gaps or cracks at the table or nothing like that. We just put it all out there. And another part of effective communication is also the respect part as well. So you have to respect people's opinions or perspective, even if you don't agree with it. And that goes with another one part of effective communication. I believe that effective communication is something that very well have to be taught. A lot of us have been taught how to use effective communication in relationships. We always communicate to each other to try to debate rather to understand and listen to get a clear understanding where that person is at as well too. And that's what causes relationship to tear up, you know.
Right. Go ahead, Lionel. What you think? Or you can chime in whenever you want to.
So no, because I do got a question. When it comes to, let's say, your last relationship, what exactly wasn't effective with your communication?
Yeah, my last relationship, what wasn't effective?
I actually meant SBK on that one.
You know me?
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. Let me.
You're good.
Be quiet.
No, but go ahead, cook it. Go ahead.
But yeah, I want to hear Urban.
Go ahead, Herb.
So in my last relationship that I was saying, we didn't have effective communication. We communicated, but we didn't have effective communication skills. And so we assumed that this is what each other was thinking instead of actually putting it out there. And so that's what caused a breakdown in the relationship. That caused a breakdown in the whole family dynamics, where it's the husband, wife, children type of thing, and all kind of crazy stuff. Long story short.
My last relationship, to answer your question, Lionel, communication was all fraud. You know what I mean? It was all fraud. It was all fraudulent. Let me explain what I mean. In the relationship I was in, the individual was talked a good game. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know you got a daughter. I want to help you, so forth and so on, and turn out to be a thought pocket. You know what I'm saying? Behind the scenes. I've told this story many of times, but it just turned out to be, a disaster. You know what I'm saying? And so, just a total fraud. So, in that part of communication, I truly believe that people can be so deceptive that they can just like sell you swamp water and tell you that and sell it to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's very important that, man, that you pay attention not only to what people say, but you got to pay attention to how behavior. You got to pay attention to people around you that know that individual, or you got to ask questions. You know what I'm saying? You got to, if there's a question in your mind, there are wise people that could be around you and around your circle that can tell you, hey, you need to watch out for this because that don't seem right. Doesn't seem right at all. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how, you know, and then and let me back up. Relationship before that was just one-sided. And what I mean by that is that I did not have, you know, someone to have my back mentally, emotionally. There was no communication at all. It was all basically kind of that individual just basically selfish, wanted all the attention to be on her. You know, exactly. There are no reciprocation at all. Here I am, you know, I credit myself as being a person, I'm a giver. If I do it from the heart, if I generally care for you, then I'm gonna have your back. All I do is expect the same in return. You know what I mean? I did not get that. You know, during that time, whenever I was with this individual, that was a time when my daughter's mom passed away. She didn't want to have no parts in helping me in that situation. You know what I'm saying? And so I parted ways. You know what I'm saying? So
let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So did you see signs that was happening, you know, as the relationship progressed, or even in the beginning, did you see signs that this person was doing this? And if so, what steps did you take to hold yourself accountable for allowing that to happen?
Great question. Yes, I did see signs, but I saw the signs and I paid for it in the end. And I'm gonna tell you why I did not act upon what I should have done. Because in my mind, I was thinking that I could help an individual change her mindset. And that wasn't the case at all. And I ended up hurting myself in the end. And whenever you go into a relationship thinking that you can change a person's mindset after them being in that mindset for so long, being selfish and being self-centered, you know, it's just not going to work. You know what I mean? How many times we heard, hey, the relationship is 50-50. No, that's BS, man. A relationship is 100-100. You know what I mean? Y'all both give your all, you know what I mean, in a relationship. Give your all. Give it all you got. You know what I mean? I scratch your back, you scratch mine, and we're in this together. And so to answer your question, I came into this thing and I saw the signs of all that, but me being the guy, I was like, man, I care for this individual. I got love for this individual. I'm going to see if she can change her mindset, try to have some patience with her, and then go from there. And that did not work. And I end up getting bit in the end.
Yeah. So let's follow a question. What was it about her that you saw that you could change her?
Well, it was one of those things where, okay, I could try to. I'm going to try to get better at that. I'm going to try to understand and help you out in this. I'm going to try. I'm going to try. And there was no action involved at all. So that was it. You know what I mean? So this individual was around. Let me back up. Not only was this individual around whenever my daughter's mom passed away, but this individual was around when my mom passed away. You know what I'm saying? So whenever, and I say she was around, but she really wasn't around, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? There was no there was no there was no comfort, I guess you could say. There was no uh didn't have my back. You know what I mean? When you lose a loved one, and anybody that's been following me for a long time knows that my mom is the reason why I am who I am today. You know what I'm saying? My mother is who I am, is raised me to be the man I am today. My father as well, but my mom, her and I had a special bond. So, with this individual in So Dope's terminology, when this entity, you know what I'm saying, when this entity met my mom and knew the type of relationship I had with my mom, was not there for me mentally and emotionally, and not, being that rock that I could depend on to talk to, and it just wasn't there, bro. It just wasn't there. And like I said, to answer your original question, which that's an excellent question, I saw the signs, but in my mind, I'm like, man, I could change this individual if I could just be patient. But that didn't work out at all.
Oh, you got something lined up real quick? I was gonna follow up, but yeah,
No, go ahead.
See, the reason why I asked that question is because that's what I have to do with myself. I have to hold myself accountable for looking at the potential in people. Just like what Joe said, we be looking at the potential with people, and we be thinking that since they have that potential, we could work with that and get them to be the way that we want them to be. But in reality, you can't control a person at all. They have to want and willing to be at a certain level where they want to be at. Because if not, what will happen is that you end up meeting that representation of that person, and that person become what they want you to be, and to the point you piss them off. Then when you piss them off, then that's when they become their original or who they really are, and that's when the relationship start falling apart. That's what I had dealt with. That in my previous relationship, I felt the potential in it, right? And I felt that I could change due to the potential, and I could utilize that potential. But in reality, all it was is just me manipulating, controlling that person to be how the way I wanted them to be. And then when I end up getting out of pocket with them, that's when they resorted back to their original form or their original self. And then I got mad about it. She got mad about it. Went up becoming not happy.
Right. And just like, to answer your question, DR's trying and not doing. And that's exactly what I was going through, with that certain entity, trying and not doing. You know what I mean? What you got to add on that line?
No, that's very interesting. And I say that because you know how these women will blame you, right?
And hold that thought. And by the way, everything that I'm telling you guys and on the panel right now can be backed up by Joe Delaney, that knows me and knows the situation and knows who the certain person is that I was dealing with. Just the whole situation was just a disaster. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a shame, but it was a disaster. But go ahead, Lionel.
They're going to blame you. And this goes back to the accountability thing. However, the female gets grace. Yep. She's going to get grace. They're going to bypass what she's done. They're going to say, you should have known better. You should have seen the signs. You should have acted accordingly. Then they're going to say, but she was a piece of work. She was trash. But they've already set the groundwork to let you know you effed up.
Yep.
Like, it's just interesting because that's what Urban brought up earlier. But the women don't take accountability when it comes to that.
Yeah.
the ones who are supposed to be empathetic, sympathetic, emotional. But when it comes to these situations, they're going to throw you under the bus very quickly. And then later, after they've already backed the bus up over your corpse, they're going to be like, are you okay?
Right. I'm going to read what Gisela said. No shade, is usually women that get accused of thinking they can change a man. It's interesting to hear that's on both sides. In my case, that was the case to where I was like trying to make something work. And, but you know, in the back of my mind, one of the reasons why I was trying to make that situation work is because whenever you have spent time with that person, whatever, for a period of time, and you know that person, I just didn't want to get out of a relationship and then try to learn about somebody else. You know what I mean? That shit is draining. You know what I mean? And so that's one of the reasons why I was trying to make that work. I was so dead set on making that work. But in the process, I hurt myself mentally. You know what I mean? So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, so I got to redirect the question again about what was the potential that you've seen in her. Because like I give you an example with my previous relationship. What I saw with my previous wife is that she had certain type of skill sets that'll be detrimental for the relationship. She know how to cook very well. She know how to sew. She know how to clean. She had a stature of income as well too. She was pretty intelligent and articulate. But she has some bad parts about her as well too. So I end up waiting out the stuff that I see in her versus the bad stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let me ask you again, what was the potential that you've seen in her to make you want to pursue her and deal with the other stuff?
The so-called potential, quote unquote potential, is just what DR was said right here. Trying, which she kept on saying, I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try. I promise I'm gonna try to do better. I'm gonna try to do better. You know what I mean? And I looked at that as, hang in there. But I needed more than just trying. You know what I mean? I needed her to do. So with that communication right there and having effective communication, it's like I said, all of that can be misconstrued. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people take me, guys, and I'm glad we're talking about this. A lot of people could take my silence and they can take what I stand for and they can flip it into something that it's not. Let me give you an example. Just because I am on YouTube and I have a YouTube presence, I have a YouTube voice to speak to people or whatever. A lot of content creators, as you guys know, a lot of content creators, they built a whole character, a whole character. They live behind this character behind line, and in their real life is not real. You know what I'm saying? So I cannot fake being on screen and trying to portray myself as somebody that I'm not. You understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, people can get on here and misconstrue the real and then what's not real. You know what I'm saying? And so whenever let's just say if I was trying to get in a relationship and I'm trying to talk to someone, I'm wanting someone to understand the type of man I am. I do what I say and I mean what I say. You know what I'm saying? If I can't communicate that any better, then I need to move on. But for you to take my kindness as a weakness, that's a no-no as well. You know what I mean? Hope you guys understand what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
So
I get it.
Go ahead.
I don't think people pay attention to this, but you have an ample amount of time to practice on being somebody that you're not in school. There's way too many people who are playing characters in school. People don't like to bring this. People don't bring this up often. Definitely not in conversations I hear. But when you're talking about, when you hear you should have seen the signs, people have been learning how to act again since they was in kindergarten.
Right.
Growing, honing that persona you're trying to put out in the classroom. Then when you go into the streets, you have a whole other character that you're presenting. Then when you at home, you might have a character you're presenting, or that can just be the real you. But they straight tell you, you're in the Black community, you're trying to get a job interview, you got to talk white, or you got to talk differently. Now you got to craft a whole different persona to talk when you're in the corporate world. You're literally crafting personas and learning how to act as you grow up. So when you're meeting somebody and they're like, Dad, you didn't see the signs. Well, from which character? Vanessa, Jessica, April, LaShonda? I mean, which one? This girl got 5 personalities, 5 habits that go with it. And she's been honing this for 30 years.
Yeah, it does. I mean, just to add on to that, I understand that people have different characters, so different egos. You know what I'm saying? And as Lionel said, that ultimately that's a part of life. That's part of the social norm now for all of us to be a certain type of way. At any given time. But when it comes down to what they're giving to you, right? Every human being is going to want to present to you what they want you to see, and you're going to show, and you're going to see the signs. You know what I'm saying? Because a person can't play that character all their life. They have to switch up. They have to give that character a break. Like, say for example, my young character name is Urban, right? Once when I log off of YouTube, I'm not Urban no more. Once when I log off of YouTube, I'm myself. I'm who I am. You know what I'm saying? As we call real life, right? But let's say that I end up meeting one of my fans, which that have happened to me before. I meet one of my fans, or meet one of my subscribers, you know what I'm saying, out in the street. Guess who I am out on the street to my subscriber? I'm Urban. I'm that character. You know what I'm saying? So even then, you know what I'm saying, I have to be Urban, be that character. I'm not going to be who I really am towards that person, because they don't know me like that. They only know me what they see me on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? By the character. So, but I'm just saying all of that because at the end of the day, people, ultimately, when it's something negative, they ultimately going to show you the signs of that type of negativity, that thing that you shouldn't be want to accept or tolerate. You know what I'm saying? And just like what SBK was saying earlier, that comes to the transparency part where you have to put it out there right then and there. You don't have to you put it out there right then and there and say, hey, this is something I'm not tolerating, period. It's interesting too. I'm not bringing this up and I'll let y'all cook. But it's interesting that women are quicker to be transparent, you know what I'm saying, towards us about how the way they feel, but we're slower to be transparent towards women. Hey, y'all ever thought about why we do that as men?
I want your thoughts on that. Why is that?
Because deep down inside, we actually care about women. We do. Even though we be on this platform, we talk about them and all this stuff there, but deep down inside, we really do care about our women for real. We really do want the best out of our women. And we also not only care, but we consider their feelings as well too. So we take it into consideration, so we won't be too harsh, even though we know we can be, but we don't be too harsh to the person that we actually care about. You know what I'm saying? And so we allow them to get away with certain things, you know what I'm saying? Therefore, that's why we won't be as transparent into it, like really, 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 really hurt us. Then that's when we're saying something. If that makes any sense, gentlemen.
That makes a lot of sense. The best, like the old song says about please don't let me be misunderstood. I think when it comes to communication and going back to that, the worst thing that I want to do is to be misunderstood. And my words that come out of my mouth, I don't want that to be misconstrued or to be turned around to where it's hurtful, or it's if you feel like it's demeaning, or if you feel like it's going to be a detriment to you mentally. You know what I'm saying? So me being the man that I want to be, you know, being transparent and all that. But you know, but a lot of, you know, I'm not saying all women, ladies that's listening, but a lot of women take what you say and they have a whole nother situation. You know what I mean? Meaning that they could take what you are trying to say and just kind of flip it to, you know, to just cause a, you know, a situation. You know what I'm saying? And that shouldn't be the case. You know what I mean? Me, man, I don't like conflict. I don't like conflict at all. I don't like to argue. I don't like to have any type of confusion, but you know, that's not the case with certain individuals. And by the way, thank you, Gisela, for the super chat, sweetheart. I really appreciate you. I appreciate you. All the super chats that came in. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. Go ahead, fellas.
Yep. Yeah. Well, DR, she said, so you're not your true self on YouTube? No. There's no content creator who is their true, authentic self on YouTube, period, or either social media. I'm just going to be real with y'all on it. It's 80%. I'll put it this way. It'd be 80% of their personality on YouTube, right? The remainder of the 20% is literally acting. Just to be transparent with y'all. 80% is part of their personality because they want y'all to gravitate and fall under their, you know, their personality type. You know what I'm saying? Then the rest of the 20% is a straight acting. Now, when I'm out being with, you know, my family, friends, and different people like that, or people who I'm really cool with, they get 100% of me because they deserve that. You know what I mean? Versus people that I don't know on social media. People on social media, they don't deserve the full me, nor any content creator up here. They shouldn't be given the full 100 of them, of people that they don't know, to be quite honest. So, yeah.
Right. What do you do? Let me ask you fellas something. One of the last questions I got. How, and it's funny that I'm asking this question, how do you, let me try to choose my words correctly. How do you smooth over a situation when words can be misconstrued or a whole conversation can be misconstrued? How many times in a relationship or in a friendship or in a marriage to where something is said and, you know, the other half expects you to read their mind, you know, whenever you've been hurtful or you supposedly been hurtful or you supposedly have said something out of the way. But they don't communicate that well. They don't communicate with you that, hey, you offended me on this. You know what I mean? But they expect you to, you know, read your mind. You know what I'm saying? So
You being nice, man. It ain't that person. It's women. Don't be nice. It's women. Women expect you to read their mind. That's what I got you, man. I'll say it.
I haven't heard no dude that say another dude is like that on the crew though, unless he's a beta male.
I was going to y'all said it, but go ahead. Beta.
Man.
Y'all, go ahead. Y'all cook.
So I'm gonna tell you, I got my own experiences with communication and learning how to communicate, but they're more on a rough side. And I know females who will get mad at me, but they'll tell me that I offended them. However, they felt no malice when I was talking. And they're like, normally I would cut a dude off. Normally I'd ignore you. But because I know you didn't have bad intentions when you were saying it, I can't be mad at you completely. I mean, you clearly they're going to be mad, but you get what I'm saying. I've had scenarios with my mom where we're literally just cussing each other out. I mean, you know, you would think we about to go into a boxing fight, two people who just hate each other, just yelling at each other in each other's face, cussing each other out. And yet we can get the conversation back to a talking level where we just start talking. And it's like, it is what it is. So I mean, personally, it's just more so of the presence I've created that allows me to talk to people. And it doesn't matter if I'm hurting your feelings. It doesn't matter if I'm offending you and whatnot. We gonna talk. That's just the reality. And then we're going to get to the point of where we're trying to go with the conversation. Either we're going to get here laughing or I'm going to have you crying. But one way or another, this message is going to come out and you're going to get it.
Yeah, and I agree with Lionel on that too, because that's why I was talking about the one last time, talking about tone policing, right? I believe a person needs to express what they need to say and say it and meant what they say. Well, one thing about women is that whenever men say something to them, they want men to say it in the way that they want to receive it instead of catching the whole reality of the situation. You know what I'm saying? Because once again, women would be bluntly honest with men. They'll be bluntly honest with men about a lot of things. They'll be bluntly honest when the dude is have a shower. You stink. You need to take a shower. Your breath stink. You know what I'm saying? They'll be bluntly honest. I don't like your haircut. I don't like how the way you talk or articulate yourself. They'll be bluntly honest with men, right? But at the same time, they don't want men to be bluntly honest with them. They want us to be tone police. They want us to be nice and sensitive and kind and caring and considerate. You know what I'm saying? Dang, they gifted 5 memberships. Hey.
I had to step away for just a second. Shout out to Disrupt and Discuss for the gifted 5 memberships. Let me see who got gifted. I can't see it on this one. Oh, let me check my phone. Who got gifted the 5 membership? Hold on. God damn! Oh. Okay, Tamika got gifted a membership. Be Peachy. Hold on. Let's see. The Word, Cachet, Roy Lee, all got gifted a membership by Disrupt and Discuss. Thank you. Awesome. But automatically pick. Okay.
How do y'all teach y'all daughters to counter that mentality that women just generally have? How do you teach your daughters? Because if you leave it up to the mothers, they're just going to teach their daughter the same stuff. The man has to read your mind. So how do y'all counter that? Because that was something I actually did to my sister, because my mom, was teaching her how to be a woman. And I'm sitting here I'm like, nah, Kitty, you're doing it wrong. I'm going to take her and I'm going to teach her. Now I got to break down everything you taught this girl, because you're going to have her hating men or having her not being able to communicate, all type of crap. So I took my sister and I built her back up. Now she can communicate properly with her boyfriend, with anybody, honestly. It's not like, oh, Lionel, he should be reading my mind. She's going to tell me, I point blank told him. So that's what I want to know. How do y'all teach, or are y'all teaching it, y'all daughters, to not be like these women?
I'll be honest with you, man. It's very hard for my daughter to communicate what she feels. And I'm gonna tell you why. First of all, my situation, Lionel, is very, very unique because I'm a single dad. You know what I'm saying? And so because of that, she is not going to be more inclined to be upfront with me and honest. And I don't get mad at that. I had to, at first, you could ask Joe. You can ask Joe and my sister, people that are, ghost watching. At first, I felt some type of way because she would confide in them about things and not confide in me. But that's part of it. You know what I'm saying? So that what you're speaking of it's very, very much kind of with me. I'm speaking for myself. It's just very hard for her to communicate. Now she's gotten better as she's gotten older, but at the same time, there's no woman around besides, my best friend Joe Delaney or, my two sisters or whatever. She's gonna be more upfront with them because they're women. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing on that with me. But I would want her. The goal, and I've told her before, I've had conversations. The goal is for her to be more, because I give her scenarios. I'm like, man, you're going to be married one of these days, and you just can't expect your boyfriend or your husband just to read your mind. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to speak up. You know what I mean? You just gonna have to speak up. Shout out to Just Jay for the 5 gifted memberships. Love Lace got gifted membership. Blue J 999. Xena Foods Adventures, Wanda C, Rooted in Essential Oils, all got gifted a membership by the lovely Just Jay. Just Jay is one of those original ones that's always been a supporter of mine. Shout out Just Jay. One love to you. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But I hope I answered your question on that, Lionel. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I'm still learning. You know what I'm saying? She's 16 years old. You know what I mean? I told you she likes the kind of stuff that you like, man, anime. When you get a kid like a teenager like that, man, it's almost like pulling teeth. But then again, you made a great point. I tried to tell her, look, in this day and age, and I talked to her. I'm like, look, man, in this day and age, kids your age, they don't like to communicate. They don't, folks these days don't like to communicate right. You know what I mean? In order for you to get what you want in this world, let it be known. If you don't want to be respected or disrespected, then you let it be known. You know what I mean? Don't tolerate any disrespect. Don't tolerate any type of, negativity to come your way. That comes with you having to open your mouth and say something about it. Call it out. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
All right, so let me cook on this. All right, so my situation is also unique too, because I have what is known as a blended family. All right, so I have my daughters who's from the previous marriage, and also my current wife. She has a son and she has a daughter as well too. Within all this blended family. So what I had learned is that, well, when I try to enforce certain things that they mothers that already put it to them, it's counterproductive. All right. So this is what I learned to do. Instead of making it counterproductive, I learned to blend it in. And this is how the way I blend it in. I blend it in by real life experiences. Here's an example how I do this. All right. Like, say for example, one of my daughters wants something from me, right? They want me to do something for them, right? I tell her this: closed mouth don't get fed, period. If you don't tell me what you want, it's not going to happen. For example, case in point, this past on Christmas, right? One of my daughters, they wanted something for Christmas, but they didn't articulate themselves properly about what exactly that they wanted. So guess what happened? They didn't get it. When they asked me about that, right? They're like, well, I really wanted this for Christmas. I'm like, well, did you express that to me that you wanted that for Christmas? No. I like, well, why not? Well, I was afraid you was going to say no. I like, it doesn't matter. You still need to be transparent and tell me what it is that you want or what it is that you desire, so I can make that decision. But if you don't say nothing, then I'm not going to do it. Period. And that's how the way I do with them is that I teach them experiences through real life experiences through from a man perspective, because ultimately when they end up getting up in age, they're gonna start dating, they're gonna start dealing with different level of men, right? They have to learn to open up their mouth and say something to express themselves, whether it's something good or bad. Like say for example, if that dude is not treating them correctly, right, they need to express themselves. They need to be transparent and tell them that. But guess who they learned that from? They learned it through the real life experience that their father taught them how to do that.
Right.
You know, so that's how I learned as a father to navigate that. That way, I'm still partnering in that situation. I'm calling this situation a partner, not a partnership, but I'm partnering with their mothers to make sure that we are on one accord for us parenting. Okay, and not going against them.
Excellent answer. Excellent answer. But like I said, and Joe hit it. I tell my daughter this, like you said, closed mouths don't get fed. Now I can't read your mind, so shit. If you want it, then you're gonna have to speak up. And I tell my daughter that you didn't, you know what I mean. So that'll teach you next time to open your mouth. You know what I mean. So, but the thing about it is that even with our daughters and our kids, or friendship or relationship or marriage, you can't expect people to read your mind. If you feel like you've been disrespected, if you feel like that you've been wrong, or if you want to talk to someone because there's some tension in between y'all's relationship, then what's the use of you having to go around and live your life just being quiet and expecting that situation to fix itself? You know what I mean? We're adults here. This is not high school. You know what I mean? Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Lionel. Go ahead, bro.
When you say that, there's something I generally like to tell people, and it might not be the people in the chat, but a lot of adults act like how they acted in high school, with just with a few enhancements. But a lot of people, you can see the similarities between them in their 40s and then in their teens when they were in high school. They just have some added responsibilities. A lot of these people don't grow up the way people expect them to grow up. You're trying to we're saying we should be mature, or these people should be mature. They're not as mature as people like to give them credit for. We often give too much credit to people that are adults. You're on mute.
Exactly. Shout out to It's Just ETV, gifted 5 memberships. Here for the Tea was gifted a membership by It's Just E. Vince, my bro Vince the Sniper, was gifted a membership. Jenny Velez was gifted a membership. Lisa J. Stocks was gifted a membership. My bro Steady Grinding was gifted a membership. Thank you so much. It's just ETV.
Hey, man, say they up here throwing this money out like you on the pole stripper for them, bro. I'm just saying.
Yo, like, even seeing my comments. Even seeing my comments.
Go ahead, Urban. Go ahead, Urban.
God damn.
Say, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I really do appreciate all the gifted memberships, all the super chats. I appreciate it. But what? I want y'all's perspective on this, and this is one of the last questions I'm gonna ask. And women in the chat, y'all feel free to answer. All right. In fact, I would like the executive producer to come up if she feels so inclined to. But
I'll drop it down. No, I'm playing.
God damn.
God damn.
But why is it that people are so inclined not to communicate? Is it a pride thing? Is it trying to prove a point? You know what I'm saying? If somebody's upset you, why is that? You know what I'm saying? Instead of you just getting it all out and open, You know what I mean? And I'm not talking about on social media. I'm not talking about, text message. I'm talking about you talking to each other and getting it out on the open and clearing it up. Why can't that be so easily fixed by doing so? You know what I mean? Why do people have to, let things fester and fester? It's obvious there's tension there. So why does that happen, in y'all's opinion?
I believe that another one component about effective communication that it also has to be a time and a place for it. You know what I'm saying? For it to happen. Um, like once again with me and my wife, it'd be certain situations to be heated, right? And we don't talk about it. Well, we don't. We just don't say nothing about it. But we'll talk about it later. The reason why we do that is because sometimes, emotions do get the better of us. Where you end up saying the wrong thing that you didn't mean to say. It just came out that way. You know what I'm saying? And so to prevent that from happening, you just don't talk about it. You just let it go at that moment, but you're thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? You're thinking about it. You're contemplating about it. So when that conversation do be revisited, you could come back and have that effective communication in that situation.
I, for one, I want to add something before you two add. I, for one, do not want to leave anything on the table because, first of all, I do generally, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings intentionally, but if I stand on something, I'm going to stand on it, and we can talk about it, and then, move accordingly. If I say something, I'm willing, and I truly believe in it, I'm going to stand on it. You know what I mean? I'm going to tell you why I stand on my beliefs, but but if you are not willing to kind of like be an adult about the situation and like, hey, let's talk about this right now and get this over with. You know what I mean? There ain't no need for me to.
Yep. That's why I'm saying that, some people in their relationships, they believe that, you need to talk about it right then and there. If that's your dynamic of your relationship, then by all means, deal with it right then and there. But you have other people who relationships aren't built that way. Where sometimes you just have to let it sit there for the moment, not forget that it happened or to divest from it and say it never happened. Yeah, you need to be thinking about it. You need to be thinking about what happened, why we're having this type of disagreement or whatever the case may be. Then when the moment's right, come back and revisit that thing, then talk about it. And here's another thing too that I let Lionel cook. Another thing too is that once again I stated earlier that people don't know how to communicate with each other very well. Sometimes they be just too blunt with each other, where it end up becoming disrespectful. So to prevent all that from happening, they just don't really deal with it at that moment because they're trying to formulate their thoughts to say it in a way where it don't be super blunt, super harsh, but it's still going to punch to the point that you're trying to get your point across, if that makes any sense.
That makes all the sense. What's up, sis? What's up?
What's going on, y'all? Hey,
Go ahead, Lionel.
everyone.
What you got to add, bro?
So you made a comment where you said, essentially, why can't we be like adults and communicate a certain way? Joe in the comment is talking about maturity. I'm very curious as what y'all saw growing up from adults. Because what I saw growing up from adults was people who didn't know how to communicate. People who said we shouldn't talk about this. This happened, put it under the rug. People who constantly brushed aside legitimate communication. Whether if it was in school, whether if it's in family, whether you go to your friend's house, that's all you saw. So when we're saying talk like adults and we're going from like with what's her name? E's generation from like 5 generations ago, when the old people were sitting here like essentially, we're not going to talk about mental health. We're not going to talk about our problems. You literally grow up in a world where the adults don't have effective communication. So when we're sitting here making that argument, that's the world we've been raised in, where it hasn't really been the mature people. The adults are the same ones who have shown us poor communication skills. And so now we're here. And if you do add in social media or text messaging, you're seeing the same thing. Poor
Absolutely.
communication skills from the people that are supposed to be the adults and the mature ones.
Right. Lionel cooking today. Can you, we can't hear you if you on. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can't hear you. E.
No.
I could barely hear her.
She's dropping down. She's gonna come back up.
She always got mic problems. I just saw a video of hers from 8 months ago. She had mic problems.
Hey,
like,
man,
she gotta get that fixed.
Hey, she came back up. She had mic problems at one time. And everybody thought it was me.
Can you guys hear me?
We hear
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. Hey everyone,
What's
how y'all
up?
doing?
Hey, E, Lionel up here talking about you.
What'd he say?
He said you need to stop having all these 8-month-long mic problems.
I'm giving Lionel some grace tonight. I'm gonna give him some grace. You know, that's my
Not
thing
grace.
to say. I'm gonna give you some grace. I'm gonna give y'all some grace tonight.
Oh, by the way, E, I've been waiting on these clips from SBK last show. I haven't seen them yet.
I'm on vacation. I ain't even supposed to be here today. I'm on vacay, right? I'm on vacay.
She'll put them up, I'm sure.
I got plenty of time, and I got a whole nother. Aren't you guys supposed to be having a good old time reviewing the live? Oh yeah, I got time. I got time.
Just like a woman, to procrastinate.
Not procrastination, patience. Patience is
Women
a
don't have
virtue.
patience.
Patience is a virtue.
What you got on it, sis? What you got on it?
I mean, they pretty much said everything except for Lionel. I'm gonna give Lionel some grace. You know, he say what he gotta say, which I get what he's saying with regards to our generation. However, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna let it go. You guys have more. You have more accessibility. You have more therapies than any other generation out there. You have more everything than any other generation out there, but yet you're the loneliest. You can't freaking talk, and you blame everything on everybody else. I say we were the stronger generation, even though we held it in, we still held it down. So all this information, all this access, and you guys still can't pull it together. So essentially, it's not about us. It's about what are you going to do with what you have been given. I'm going to say it like that. I'm going to leave it. You got way much stuff. You got way too much stuff. More access than we never had. So there's no excuse. And you're not going to victimize. I'm not a proponent of victims. So you got to get it together.
Right.
That wasn't aimed at me, was it?
No, I'm talking.
Okay.
I'm talking in general. Your
Okay.
generation. You know, there are some things I respect about the generation, the millennials and the Gen Zs, but there's other things I feel that you're walking victims, and that's my personal opinion.
Y'all cook, man, cook. Before we end this thing, y'all cook.
You're gonna always blame it on the past. You're gonna blame it on something, but you have way more access than any of us. Way more access to things to fix it, and you don't. I'm gonna let it go. So, in answer to the other question, with regards to communication and communicating when things are rocking in your household, I kind of agree. I do agree with Urban, because I would say when I was younger, I had a very spirited mouth.
That was like 40 years ago.
Yep. I had a very spirited mouth. And it was, I could say things to hurt people. And sometimes I did it intentionally in
You still
relationships.
do it.
No, I don't. I'm
I'm
very
sorry.
poignant. I'm very poignant. I'm getting, you know what, Lionel, I got love for you. And you hear this banter back and forth between us, but at the end of the day, Lionel shows me so much support on both of my pages. And he's just I love going back and forth with Lionel. So
I'm
I got
I'm
much
utterly,
respect.
man, I'm utterly shocked that Lionel didn't push back on you about that generation thing. Because I had to come back on it. I was just trying to see if Lionel was gonna say
Nah, she's
something.
still talking. I'm letting her talk.
Let me talk. Let me cook, as y'all say. As y'all say. But with regards to um, communicating, I feel that it depends on your relationship. It depends on your dynamic of your relationship. My relationship with my husband, if it gets heated or the communication, where we don't see that there's a happy medium at the time, we won't. There's a point to where I won't discuss it because, especially if I'm heated or I'm emotional for whatever reason, and I can't understand why I'm so emotional about what I'm thinking or how I'm feeling. I won't. I will discontinue the conversation, and he will too, to where we can revisit it later. You know what I'm saying? So it's easier, instead of me lashing out or saying something that I really don't mean, or I really don't know why I'm feeling that way at the moment, because it does happen. Um, I will just not. We'll just table the conversation until later, to where I can gather my thoughts or figure out why it is I'm feeling the way I'm feeling, or what I need to say in order to get my point across. Even if he agrees or disagrees, I just want to be clear in what I'm saying and not emotional. I will. We will table the conversation, but that comes with a level of maturity.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree.
Absolutely.
But let me hold up. Since Lionel ain't gonna say nothing, I'm
No,
gonna
no,
say.
I got to. Like I said, I was waiting for her to talk.
Come on.
She
Go, go,
talk.
go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So when she says that, my thing is, when you're hearing the people that's talking the most right now, it's outright the millennials. They're the ones who are literally talking the most. All the people that are, all these single women y'all hearing about, all of them are your age or higher. These are the women who are the successful business women, the women who are just got the militant personalities, the women that can't find a man or every man is below them right now. They're the ones that come from your era. Then you got the young people that are just coming into this stuff. They're the ones who are complaining about, they're not going to say they're complaining, but they're the ones who are just giving up, just saying, I'm not going to have babies. I'm not going to have a girl, or I'm not going to have a dude. The millennials are the ones who are the ones having the conversations. They're the ones talking the most. They're the ones spreading the most communication. They're the ones sitting here saying, y'all need to go get the therapy. Although at this point, that's just like dating. But they're the ones that are holding the ground, where y'all generation essentially failed and gave up. Remember, y'all the ones who gave up to the white man and let shit get destroyed to the way it is now. The millennials have been the ones that's been rebuilding and creating that success to rebuild this black community back up. Now, are we succeeding? No, I'll say that. But
So, are we talking race? Are we talking
well, in the
race, or are
black,
we just
I'm
talking
talking black
gender?
community right now. In the
Okay,
black
because
community,
you
sure.
lost me.
Yeah, yeah,
You
black
lost me.
community. Mhm. And I think that's important to also know. Now, if we go outside of that, it's the same argument, though. It's the millennials that are the main ones having the conversations. They're the ones pointing out all the statistical data. They're the ones who are hosting the majority of these ratchet shows that are trying to highlight a lot of the problems. It's the majority of the millennials that are setting the groundwork to fix, so they don't have to complain about the past, but at the same time, set that groundwork to fix the future that's coming in looking at everything. But it's a lot of people that's upset at all of this right now. But they are the main ones who are having this conversation. They're saying what you're saying, but it's the people of your era that's the ones who are the most quiet.
I disagree that we're the most quiet. You just don't want to listen. And you're the main one that says you don't want to listen. Remember? Remember. We too old. The game has changed. We're too old. The game has changed. We don't know what we're talking about. So how are we gonna hold a conversation with a person or persons that feel that we don't know the game or we don't know nothing?
I got you.
You
So
feel me?
no.
And
Because
then hold on. And
go for it.
you're very data driven, right? Very data driven.
Go
And
for it.
yes, you guys are holding conversations. However, what is conversations open up the door. Get it. Got it. But I don't really see any results on your part either. Again, you guys are just an echo chamber. You guys like to talk. You love to talk. And then you find out that there's a market for your mouthpiece, and then you're just capitalizing on it. But there's really I've yet to see any type of turn in what you're saying for the betterment of your generation. It's a lot of lip service because you have a lot of data.
But wait. So when you say that, the whole premise of this was literally about how there should be no excuses for the lack of communication. But yet you're telling me right now we are the ones who are talking the most, the ones who are
The
talking the
most,
loudest.
the loudest. But
And
no, have no solutions. You just
well,
like to talk.
no, there is definitely solutions. Y'all just don't agree with the solutions. Grandma and grandpa never agree with the young people's solutions now.
I haven't yet heard to hear solutions. I hear a lot of complaints.
You hear solutions all the time with me and Urban.
No, I hear one-sided solutions.
Uh, a solution is a solution.
No,
No.
no.
You can't say no. You can't say you don't hear it. But then we tell you we're having it. You
And
at
I don't
least
hear. I hear accusations.
no. You already said it. We got it recorded. You already said it.
Go ahead,
That you
clip
do
that up.
hear us. We give solutions, but you feel like they're one-sided solutions. But that's
One-sidedness.
how grandma and grandpa, that's how they look at us. They look at it like, no, we don't like the solutions y'all giving. So they transfer it to it's just complaints or it's accusations or it's excuses. But it's like, but we've given the solutions.
If it's solutions, then where's the data points for the success of those solutions? I don't see anything. I just see a lot of talk.
But you're
I see a lot of complaining. I see a lot of this is why I'm not, this is why I can't, this is why I won't. This is why I'm not going to do that. This is why I'm not having this. This is why I'm not going there. And it's very generalized.
But it should be generalized because you can't go off of every individual person. That's not possible. So you have to go off of patterns. That's generally how we created a lot of the concepts that we follow in this society as it is, off of sheer generalization, because we can't go off of every single person. So that shouldn't really be an issue. If you don't fit in that category, you don't fit in that category. But then there's 100 girls that's around you that do. And we create the patterns off that to create these generalizations. Y'all don't like the solutions that we're given, but at the same time, a lot of grandpas and grandmas, y'all not in the modern era. Y'all don't see what they're going through.
So
Or y'all don't
then
try to understand. Let me reword that. Y'all don't try to understand because everything's quote unquote the same, but yet these kids are literally telling you it's not. These newer adults because again, y'all are grandparents, they're telling y'all it's not the same. So then y'all kill off the whole understanding part, and it's like, no, you got to listen to me. This is the Matilda example I always give. Like her parents said, I'm big, you're small. I'm right, you're wrong. There's nothing you can do about it. That is what y'all older folks talk like.
I listen. I listen all the time. And I hear the same old rigmarole, but no
Hold on, but
solution.
you in a bubble. How can you say that when you in a bubble?
I listen. I listen.
What you
I watch
listening to?
TikTok. I look at IG. I don't see it in my neighborhood. I don't see it amongst my people in my bubble. But I do watch all this stuff on social media. I watch it.
And then, but what do you old people say? Back in my day, we would never do this. Back in my day, we didn't have these issues. Back in my day, it wasn't like this. So when y'all say that, but then tell me, well, these are all the same problems we had. How are y'all saying that? Y'all literally contradicting yourselves. So why would we take
Who
advice from
is
y'all when y'all are full-blown chaotic hypocrites?
no? And I know you say y'all, but not all of us.
Obviously, not all of you. Yes.
Okay, we know that. We know that. Get around some people that got your answer. Okay, get
What
around some
kind of
folks that
answer
got
is
your
that?
answer.
What
Get
kind of
around some
answer?
folks that got your answer. Get around some folks that got your answer.
Hey, not each straw man did a straw man fallacy on the God dang each.
Get around some folks that got your answer. Y'all like to be in y'all bubbles and y'all echo chambers about your problems. All about your problems. All about your problems.
But we don't have problems though. That's the thing.
That's what you say. There's all kind of problems. There's too many Pookeishas.
No.
There's too
That's
many
a problem.
Pookeishas.
I'm not saying that's a problem for me. Or
Oh,
Urban's not saying that's a problem for him, but we're saying that the problems do exist. So we
okay.
address
So if
those
it's not
problems.
a problem for you,
I know what you're about to ask.
yes. Where is the answer? Why don't you? Why? How are you? If you have the answer, or you're the answer to all of this, how are we? How is it changing anything? I haven't seen any change as of yet.
I've definitely seen changes. Holy, like, don't get me wrong now. You can, so I'm going to give you an example.
Who is? Wait, hold
Go for
on,
it.
hold on. Most of them can't stand their spouses and are miserable. Where do y'all find these people?
hey,
Where do
hey,
y'all
y'all,
find these people?
hey, y'all got to understand that E, she's currently in her bubble, so she don't see none of this stuff happening. All right, that's going to be her strong man. What her strong man argument? She gonna always rebuttal back and say, "I live in my bubble. I don't know none of
I
these things
don't
about. I
see
watch
where these
TikTok
folks is
stuff."
all. How do y'all? Every time y'all see a married person, they say they unhappy. Urban, are you unhappy? Are you
The,
unhappy?
define happiness.
If you had it to do all over again, would you marry the same person?
He's been married twice.
The second person.
Wait a minute, what? But when I marry the person I'm currently marrying right now again,
Yes.
I'm married now. What are you talking about?
Wait, if you had to, would you do it over again? Would you marry that person? Because most people say, "Oh, I don't. I'm married, but I don't want to be married. I wish I wish I would have never got married." Do you wish you never got married? Your second go round?
Oh, in that case, I am I am more than satisfied being married to my current wife, if that's what you're asking. And if I were to repropose to her all over again and do another wedding ceremony with her all over again, absolutely I would.
Okay, there's one. I
Hold
have
on,
a
hold on.
whole
That's
bunch of
not
them in my life.
one.
I
You
have a whole
literally
bunch of them in my life, and I
no,
don't
because
understand where you coming from.
he
Who
did
are these
not.
people?
He did not tell you point blank he was happy. He said he is satisfied with his wife. That's what he
Mhm.
said. Not he
Because
answered you point blank.
yeah, because in reality, there's no marriage that's happy. Period.
You come with these red pill talking points all the
This
time.
isn't red
This
pill.
isn't a red pill. This is
What are you
fact.
talking
I
about?
What are you talking about?
I am happy. I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm
Okay,
happy.
this is
Look,
why, and this is why I say you ask these women this question, they're gonna sit here and say they're happy. You go ask these men, their answer generally is not going to be what the women's answers are.
I don't believe you.
I'm,
I
I'm,
don't
you got
believe
two other
you.
guys saying, yeah. What you mean?
I don't believe you.
You got to walk with me in these streets. We're going to travel up and down. Bring your man, and he going to see the truth too, because that's what these guys are gonna say. This
I'm
doesn't mean they don't
sorry.
love their wife. Okay, that had nothing to do with it. They love their wife, but are they happy? They like nah.
Again, I don't know who y'all with.
And look, let me clarify this. Men determine their happiness different from how the way women determine their happiness. So that's the point that we try to share with you. Our happiness is solely based on if we at peace in our marriage, if we're dealing with certain situations, which we know we're not always going to be at peace in our relationship. We know it's going to be pushback. We know it's going to be controversy. We know that we're not going to agree all the time. That is common sense. So that's why I say that men are never be happy in marriages, because they know in reality it doesn't exist. Now, now, are we satisfied with being with our wives in a relationship? Absolutely, we are. As long as they doing what they doing, yeah, absolutely. But on the other hand, women base their happiness based on their feelings and their emotion, how they feeling in that moment. As long as that dude is doing what they feel like he should be doing, they consider that as happiness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, your definition of happiness. You said peace. You said who said clean up? Clean up, you know, all this mess. What does that have to do with being happy? Happiness is being content. You're not content. So because I'm happy, I'm content, good or bad, or indifferent, I can't say I'm happy. Even if I get into an argument, even if things are not perfect, I can't say I'm happy.
You can say you're happy. I'm
My
letting you
husband,
know
my
that
husband can't say he's happy.
around you, he's probably gonna say he's happy. If he was around the homies, I'm sure his answer gonna look a lot different. But hey, you could be a good wife and could be making him happy. So hey, he might be
Again,
legit. But most husbands, they don't
God
have the
bless
answer
y'all.
y'all women think.
God bless y'all. Do you? God bless
That
y'all.
that that, be, that because men think logically. Period. We see happiness way different from how the way women see happiness. Once again, when we understand that happiness, just like what Joe just said, happiness is basically a state of mind. One moment hey, happy go lucky, then the next moment, fuck 'em. But that is how it is. It's just reality. But women don't see it like that. They see it as long as you doing these certain things for me, because once again, women are hypergamous in relationships. As long as that dude is doing what she wants him to do, she consider that as happiness. The moment when that dude don't do that, she's unhappy. Women cheat in relationships because they be unhappy. Right around.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unsatisfied.
No, no, don't try to boo the goalposts. Women cheat in relationships because they be unhappy right around.
Unsatisfied.
No, don't. No, we're not doing that. No, no. Bring it back here, E. Come on, bring it back.
It's not because of
Don't admit it.
unhappiness. It's unsatisfied.
So we're changing the wording. All right,
I'm
is that what we're doing?
unsatisfied. Yeah, I wouldn't cheat because I'm unhappy.
Okay. So what do y'all think, gentlemen? Goddamn.
That's not what I mean. That's not what women say. I mean, Urban's literally going off of what women tell us. They literally say I was I was unhappy, so I went with the gardener. I was unhappy, so I took the mailbox man aside and let him have his way with me. I was unhappy, so I went in the back room and let the back room guys run a train on me. This is what they say. These women literally tell you they were unhappy. Unsatisfied is not
Unsatisfied.
a common word that they use. They say they've been saying it for 40 years. Unhappy. And that's the reason they're doing this. Hell, when when that whole thing with the therapist and they leaked all their notes talking about how much women are cheating, it was all about the women being unhappy. Like, these women are constantly saying they're unhappy, and thus they're going to give little Brandon over there a chance now, despite the fact that they're married.
I don't
But
know
guess
what to
what?
tell you.
Brandon ain't satisfying them completely, but she's still going to
I'm
go
not.
back.
I'm not gonna say that you're completely wrong. Okay. I'm not going to say that you're completely wrong.
Yes, take that
again,
accountability. That's what we're looking for. We get us somewhere. Goddamn. Goddamn.
exactly. I like this. Then why get married if all men just going to be satisfied and not happy at the same time? I agree. Again, we're looking at maturity levels. We're looking at, people who I don't know why people get married personally.
Why do y'all say maturity levels? Because that's just weird to me when a lot of the married men who've been married for 20, 30 years are the same dudes that be sitting here 60 years old telling me don't get married. They'll say have a kid, keep yourself going, but don't get married. Stay where you at, Playboy. Stay where you at, Casanova. Live the life. I agree with this comment. Happiness is your responsibility, but the solution to working on yourself, but you're in a situation where it's like, she all right, or I'm content with her, but either I'm not satisfied or happy with this woman, but I love her. That's what are you really working on at that point? Because the only option is to get her out of there, or go get Keisha down the street, have fun with her, and then come back home. I mean, once you get Keisha, or Superhead, and they got that gang, you're gonna feel good again. Go back home and be like, "Hey, baby, what's up?" That's why these guys be cheating sometimes. They just be bored though. A lot of you guys be boring as hell. So these guys got to go talk to Keisha down the street or LaShonda because they got that good mouth. But then they come home and it's like, hey, baby.
Then maybe they shouldn't have gotten married.
But that's
Right?
not, they can't see the future. Y'all love to make that response when they can't see the future. In that moment,
None of
you
us
might
can see
look
the
after
future. None of
you.
us can see the future though.
So
That's the whole thing. None of us
but
can see the future. Who's going to be when are you going to be an adult in your situations?
But you can't say that when our examples and the people who have shown us the blueprint already is what I'm talking about. These guys who are the adults are the ones who had the other families. These guys were the ones going to the brothels. They were the one getting to the corner girl real quick just to get a quick clap. They were the ones doing that while married. And all big mamas be sitting here telling us this crap.
Wow.
Again,
So
I
let
get
me
it. But when are you going to be the difference? You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here telling you there's a difference. And you're sitting here pushing back. There is no difference. There is no difference.
I'm not
There
pushing
is
back
no
now.
difference. I'm sitting up here telling you there's a difference. I'm telling you there's a maturity level. I'm telling you there's different people out here. I'm telling you you need to get around people who are looking what you're looking to have. You need to be around.
So
Stop surrounding yourself with people who tell you the same thing over and over again.
well, hold on now, because you make it sound like I'm just saying, yo, are you thinking this way? Come over here. No, these are the people you meet in everyday life. I'm not writing them into my story. Hey, random person, what's popping? I hear their story. Man, it sounds like the last person's story.
Do you get that you can gravitate towards people just on the way you think and the way you speak?
Well,
Do you understand that?
I don't really abide to the laws of attraction thing.
I'm not abiding to the laws of attraction. I'm pretty much
But
abiding to
it's
the
part of that
Bible.
it's part of that spectrum you're talking about.
The way you speak, what comes out of your mouth, what you put into the atmosphere, you can you create your whole ecosystem. Death and life is in the power of the tongue. Now that ain't got nothing to do with law of attraction.
Where my $1 billion at?
You don't speak that all the time. We're not
Yes,
talking
I
about
do.
money. We're not
Yeah.
talking about money, but
No, but you just pointed that out. So I put another concept on the table.
you can put that concept, but you are seeking to find people who validate the way you think. And because you are seeking that all the time, you're not seeking anyone who's different. You're seeking people to validate your narrative.
Hold on
So
now,
you're
because
always going to be drawn to people who have your narrative.
hold on now, because
Negative people beget negativity.
you You realize a lot of people don't have my narrative though. If we're being honest,
This is
I
true.
don't meet.
This is
I
true.
literally be trying to find people who have my narrative so they can relate to me. It is extremely hard to find that.
It is
Again,
for you.
I don't
It
abide
is
to
for
that.
you.
That's why I be like a lot of this be I can't resonate with a lot of that because I don't see it. Because the serious stuff that I bring out, you do not see that resonating to me.
Read that. Well, people tend to gravitate to and surround themselves with people that think the way they do. Exactly.
Apparently not. I mean, again, y'all can literally look at the way I write my stories and challenge that narrative because I don't see that.
I got called bullshit on that one too because even right
But
now, by us having this conversation, all of us think differently. All of us on this panel, we think differently. Everybody in the chat, they think differently as well too. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
yeah, think about it. If the way y'all create that representation of me, if y'all only attracted certain type of people, y'all wouldn't have a nigga like me right here now.
You're not okay. You're this Lionel Suggs on this panel is a different persona. You know what I'm saying? Like Joe has said, we've gotten to know you a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I give you grace because I hear you. I hear you, but I also see differently. Your talk on these panels is not your talk outside of here. Okay? You see what I'm saying? So I mean, I'm gonna give you I know you say what you say, but you say it to be polarizing. You say it to get, to poke. You say it to get emotion. You say it to evoke things. You know what I'm saying? You're doing it for a reason. Just like, oh, these old folks, you old people, you say things to get people emotional. You know what I'm saying? I get it. I get it. It's entertaining, and I love the entertainment. But this is not you. This is not you all day every day.
But you get what Urban's saying though, right?
I get what you're saying, but I still stand by when people think the way they think, you will gravitate towards your thinking. I'm just gonna it's the truth. It is the
True,
truth.
and that's the thing and I don't agree with that.
That's
And
fine. You have the right to
and
not
I
agree
and
with
I
me.
and I know, but I'm only saying because when I hear y'all and y'all talk about y'all take these steps to basically you don't have people around you that think like this, or you don't maneuver in ways to be around people like this. That's not always reality, however.
It's reality if you make it. So I'm gonna put it like this. I have had ample opportunity to be around people in bad marriages. They do exist. You know what I'm saying? But I refuse to. There is no way that me or my husband are going to be around Mickey Fickies that are in traumatizing or tumultuous marriages. How I'm not going to do it because the longer you hang around that, the more you'll start to agree or see or you'll have an agreement with it. You'll embed yourself in that. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be around people who have good marriages. And when I say good marriages, every marriage has its ups and downs. But how you handle things. So I'm not going to be around people who handle things immaturely, like cheating or going off, going to see Pookeisha or going to visit the corner girl around the, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be around a woman who is gonna tell me, yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what you did. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what you said. Oh, girl, you shouldn't take that from him. You shouldn't allow that in your marriage. I'm not gonna be around somebody like that.
But y'all are saying being around, but on the other side, you're saying basically what you're speaking into, what you're manifesting. You're saying thought processes are going to attract certain things. I don't sit here and think about grown men assaulting me. But if that's going to become the reality, that argument fails. I don't have little 7-year-old girls aren't thinking about men who is going to jump them, but then that becomes their reality. They didn't invite that. Certain people don't think about losing their children or having their family try to steal them from them. They didn't invite that. If you're going to church and you're going there seeking healing and blessings and you're thinking positivity's coming out of it, but the only thing you see is demonic stuff and negativity coming from that. You didn't invite that with your mentality. I don't prescribe to that. Just saying.
I get what you're saying, bro. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wake up, SBK. Wake up. I'm sorry.
Bro, with that fighting
Right.
for his
He
life.
falling asleep. He falling asleep. He falling
Fighting for his
asleep.
life. Be like, man, help me, please. Jesus, let me stay up long enough.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Dang.
rooted in essential oil.
Hey, so I got a question for you, E.
What you got?
I have a question. So, let me build it up first. Then I ask a question. So, you said earlier that we should surround ourselves with like-minded people. Correct. Long story short.
To the best of your ability, yes.
So, if that be the case, then why are you saying that we not a monolith? Well, what do that mean?
When did I say we not a monolith?
Do you have said that we're not a monolith?
When did I say that?
It was on Urban Show.
Oh shit. Was it when I was up there? Hold on,
Yep.
hold on.
So if
What was
we're
the
not a
conversation?
monolith, so hold up. So if we're not a monolith, then why in the hell are we surrounding ourselves with like-minded people if we're not even a monolith to begin with in the first place?
When did I say that? What was the context? I gotta get it to my context. What was the context? I'm sorry. I say a lot of stuff.
You speaking on that particular show? You speaking in general about black people, and you mentioned that black people as a race as a whole that we're not a monolith.
Okay, okay. I stand by that. We're not. We're different.
Yeah,
We are
so
different.
so that goes back to my question asked you is that if that be the case, then why the hell we trying to seek out the like-minded people where we're not even the monolith to give in the first place?
But you're talking about okay. When I'm talking about that, hold on,
Mm-mm,
hold on,
mm-mm. Don't
Mm-mm.
come to the
hold on,
goalpost. Come back. Come back.
Uh-huh.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna concede because I'm not one of them people. I ain't one of them people. I'm not one of them people. But
hey,
I'm
hey,
still going.
hey, hey, real quick, Lido. You know an anime where when either the main villain or the characters call out they ultimate finisher move. That's why I just did a few seconds
Yup.
ago.
Yup.
Okay.
Ultimate finish.
Yup.
I still say you have a choice. I still say you have a choice, though. I still say you have a choice. You have a choice.
Mm. No, so I wasn't competing with the choice. When y'all say you can choose to be around certain people, I agree with that, especially if you know something after the fact. I agree. But the whole when you're thinking and you're attracting these people, I don't agree with because I've lived in a very different world that showed the opposite of that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. You lived in a very different world. This is true. But we can't associate it with everything.
No, it's not definitely not everything, but again, I help people and I've traveled up and down a little too many places and you see things, you see similar things. People don't ask for particular things and their thought processes more often than not is just to either survive or do better. That doesn't always mean that type of energy is going to come at them.
I will say this. I'm
Mm-mm.
gonna always say because it's layers to all of this. And everything that you say, yeah, it fits your narrative because it's your narrative. Because you have a unique narrative, you have a unique experience, which attracts you to a people that are unique like you or have been through certain similar situations as you. You even have people in your home. Didn't you say that you have people like women in your home that have gone through some things? So you're
Oh,
around people who go through a lot of different situations.
I never been in a situation that Lionel been to, but he attracted me. So how's that
Yeah,
possible?
I don't know. I
or
need to go with
SBK.
y'all. I don't know. But you have. No, you have because you said that you've been out in the marketplace after your first
Wow,
marriage.
what one thing?
Yeah. That one thing has kept y'all together. That one little thing has kept y'all together. I resonate with that. I resonate with that. Yes,
Hey,
I've been in the
hey, I
marketplace.
tell you, she had to find something, anything. Jesus
Something.
help her find something.
Hey, 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 hey. I'm telling you, when my back is against the wall, I will come out swinging.
Hey, no, I got you, Lionel. I got you. See, me and Lionel, we didn't meet on the whole. We didn't meet on the whole context of modern day women in a relationship. We met on the whole context of another content creator talking about something totally different, right?
Okay.
So yeah.
I'm still gonna say y'all resonated with your little situation. Y'all became kindred spirits. Kindred spirits.
Mhm.
One punch, man. Go ahead, Joe.
Urban or Joe here.
Yes, because I've been talking in the chat and nobody's reading my comments.
I
And then my bestie was falling asleep, and that's why he's not reading my comments. So I came up.
I can't hear up here like this.
He up here fighting for his life, man.
It wasn't supposed to go like this.
I have to make mention. He said something to me earlier and said, I find people who are always making excuses. Did you not say that to me?
I, I said
Said
that.
you are always making people are always making excuses for why
Mhm.
they can't do something or whatever.
Yeah.
All I hear you doing. You're
Making
making
excuses.
excuses because that's what I see. I see adults doing this and I see adults doing that. You are responsible as an adult today, now, to break those cycles that I speak about. I just said earlier to you, if I stood on a crutch on what I saw as a child or was not taught as a child or was not done, then that would be me making that excuse today because my adult people or my elders didn't show me this. That's not what I can live on now. I'm an adult and I'm responsible for me. I control what I do today. I am in control of me and you are in control of you. You can't control nobody else but yourself. Period.
Thank you, Joe.
But you realize I was saying all that in the context of this is just what the situation is, though, right? Because they're literally saying if she said, because what was the context of that again? Because he does talk a lot. What was the context
I
of it
do.
again?
I do. I do. When she had told she was in the when Joe, I believe you said that you were talking about what I had discussed in a live many moons ago with regards to people and their traumas. And I said that people cannot there's an issue. I feel there's an issue with people who continually utilize their adolescent trauma in their adulthood. And they keep saying the reason why I'm like this or the reason why this is because this happened to me a long time ago. And I kept saying that's a problem because you're an adult now. And I understand what happens. People have trauma. I myself have trauma. But I can't let those things that happened to me
Oh,
in my
I
childhood
know. Yeah.
continually
Okay.
utilized as a victim. I feel that's victimhood. You continually utilize it.
So that's all I was saying, however. I was showing the understanding part that people have a habit of lacking. These people are watching and learning from these situations. Hence, they're operating because of what they followed and learned. I ain't disagreeing that you're on your own person. Got to be held accountable. That's true. But if we're not going to sit here and get to the reason behind the reason they're doing it, then us just saying stuff isn't going to do anything. That's definitely not going to create it. Just saying, hey, hold yourself accountable and fix it doesn't change anything unless we understand exactly why they're doing it. That's the only thing I was doing. It was showcasing this is what they're saying. This is how they're moving because of what they were watching and experiencing.
Correct. But now you're saying that you're talking about marriages and adults and the way they did, or we say you need to learn, you need to be an adult about it. But all we learned from our adults was there was no communication. You're still making excuses in a different aspect of what you learned from adults that didn't do something in the past.
No, because I've never said that you can't change nothing. It doesn't change what I'm saying if all I'm doing is pointing out the reality. If we're saying, because if they made comments about we need to be adults or we need to be mature to do this, but then the thing is, who did we learn this all from? The thing is, we're saying we need to be different is a very different aspect. It's not, because if we're using the general context of that wording based off of the experiences we have, then it's wrong. That's just the reality. Then it's wrong. It needs to be something completely different now.
Okay.
That's the only way to change that narrative.
But you are an adult now.
Correct.
And you don't speak on being an adult by your experiences. No, you're an adult because you're an adult. You're of age.
And it doesn't matter what happened or when it happened, or you can't allow your past to dictate your future. And that's all I hear. Most people, they allow their past to dictate their futures. You're not accountability. You're not taking accountability for, okay, I'm an adult now. At what point are you going to take accountability for it? It's up to me to change my direction. It's up to me to pivot. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of always saying, and I'm not saying just you, I'm just saying in general, we hear that all the time. It's because, go ahead.
Have we considered in this argument, that this could be a person's immediate reality, and since it's part of their immediate reality, they feel like that they don't need a change, and to a certain type of life-changing event challenge them to change? Like, say for example, with Lionel's situation, he tells us all the time about everything that he dealt with through his upbringing. At that time, that became his immediate reality, right? At that time, he felt like that's his actual life. That's how the way the world is, based on his perspective, based on his upbringing. Now, all of a sudden, here's somebody else, like either me, you, or anybody else, give him a whole different narrative and showing like, hey, your life is not the way it is, right? This is how the way it should be. He go back and challenge his mother on that perspective, like, hey, I got showed a different perspective for this. This is what it is this, that, and that. Then all of a sudden he get pushback from his mom, say that, nah, what they said is not true. This is the actual immediate reality. The reason why I'm bringing all this up is because this goes back to what Lionel argument is saying about the older generation, is that the younger generation is seeing something different from what the older generation has been teaching them ever since they've been growing up as children and they became adult. They're saying like, hey, this is our new immediate reality. We're grown adults. We're dealing with this situation, right? What do you think about it? You shouldn't look at it that way. You need to follow our lead, period. But following their lead is the problem to begin with in the first place, right?
And you're right. And that's what I was going to say. At what point, as a grown, Lionel, don't take this personally.
Do your thing.
I'm using you.
Go for it.
But I'm talking for everybody. As a grown ass man, why do you keep going back to your mother? I'm gonna put it to you like this.
Oh damn.
I'm gonna use me as an example. I'm gonna use me as an example.
You're good.
My mother was never married. And I told you guys, my mother was a teenage mother. She had me not as young as your mother, but she had me as a teenager. Never got married, right? In all aspects, had, different boyfriends here and there. In all aspects, in all accounts, the way I was raised, I shouldn't be married at all, or I should have been a teen mom. But I made decisions, even as a teenager, I made decisions that wasn't going to be my life. And as I became an adult, I wanted to be married. So that's what I sought out to be. And I did not talk to my mother about it, because what am I going to talk to my mother about? My mother was never married. Do you understand what I'm saying? So at what point, if you want different for yourself, and you know the person that you, even though that's your mother, that's your parent, I get it, I got it. I got two of them my damn self. But I saw at an early age that they made a lot of wrong decisions, and I didn't want to go that route. So why would I ask someone who has the problems that I don't want to have? I'm going to look at solutions. So I'm not going to go to the people who have my problems, even though they're my parents and I love them dearly. I'm going to seek out solutions that I know that are best for where I want to go. Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
I relate to that completely, because I've mentioned my trauma and I have never actually mentioned exactly what happened, but I relate to that because at 26 years old, my biological mother left my father with 3 kids. So my father was a single dad, just like SBK, but SBK for different reasons, right? My biological mother chose to leave my father and leave him as a single dad with 3 kids. I was the eldest at 9 years old. So I immediately became a caregiver to my little brothers. One brother was 15 months old and the other was 4 years old. Okay. So I made the decisions in my life. Yes. When I first got married, I was afraid because I literally felt I was going to do what she did. I was going to have kids and leave my kids. That was the trauma that I had dealt with, right? But I grew up when I started healing from all of that trauma. And I grew up with the direction of, I'm going to do better and I'm going to be better than she ever was. And that's how I have lived and spearheaded my life. I'm going to be that mother she never could be. And I'm going to be that woman better than she ever was. So that I didn't try to learn from her. I learned from the bad, because you can learn. And I've said this to my son, you can learn from the good and you can learn from the bad of your parents. And that's what I did. I learned from the good of my dad, because he never, ever wavered and left my side. Right. And I learned from the good of her to be better than she ever could be. So I relate, because you have to make the choices for yourself and be responsible now at your age.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me also add on to that. So, in my situation, I was confined to my mother because my father passed away, but I was confined to her is because at that time I believed that she was one of the main solutions that I had after her, because the Bible teaches that you should honor your mother and father, you know what I'm saying, and all that different thing, religion and everything, you know what I'm saying. So that's what a lot of people tend to do. They automatically gravitate towards their parent, even if their parents is full of shit. They still do that, you know what I'm saying? But it takes, just like you said, Joe, it takes a traumatic experience for you to see things differently. That's what happened in my situation. It took a traumatic experience for me to see things differently, to see that my mother was literally full of shit. You know what I'm saying? The things that I learned wasn't correct. It was a correct way of dealing with the situation. And that's what put me onto that journey of self-discovery, redefining myself, figure out who I really am, and different things like that, where I end up creating my own reality. But at the same time, while I'm doing that, right, my mother started noticing the change in me and stuff. She started pushing back on that. She started saying that, hey, the things that you're doing, it is right. God is going to get you. God is going to trouble you. You're not going to be blessed and all kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't at that point. That's when I resisted her. I stopped listening to her and stayed on focus to the progress where I'm trying to get to. And so that's why I say I could agree with y'all on that perspective for say talking about that or ultimately you're finding your own path and you doing it. But at the same time, I also understand where Lionel is coming from too, where he having these conversations, and the reason why he have these conversations is because he's basically trying to make people be aware of that it's happening, it's existing. Just the same thing on my platform. On my platform, I talk about these conversations because I've dealt with it, I've been through it, not just the cloud chase or whatever, but literally bringing awareness and letting people know that, hey, this is this, because I know that there are people like E who lives in bubbles. So I'm aware of that. So I make it be my responsibility to tell you that, like, hey, this is the things that are happening out there. You know what I'm saying? We're not complaining, but I'm giving you awareness that this is what's happening. And then y'all ask, well, what's the solution? The solution is, first of all, me telling you about this. The second solution is us taking accountability for our said actions and decisions and choices that we make. You know what I'm saying? The third solution is to get the older generation out of this narrative, thinking that, well, you need to have things our way in our generation. The things that happen in your generation, that was solely for your generation. It don't have nothing to do with the new generation, because the new generation is dealing with totally different things versus the old generation.
No, I get you with that. And, I'm not saying what you guys do is bad at all, because it's a purpose for it. It's a purpose for it because people like me choose to live in their bubble, because I used to be one of those people who would talk to people about relationships. And people, I learned a long time ago that Mickey Ficky's going to do what the Mickey Ficky's want to do. And I felt that I was talking to walls. So when I get to the point of, why are you asking me questions when you don't really want the answers? So I don't deal in relationships anymore. I don't, I do it on here for banter reasons and entertainment purposes only. But to be honest, people are going to do what they're going to do, right? Especially in this game. So, I respect what you're trying to do. Keep it up. But for me, I rather look, it's things that I feel I can help people with that are, not necessarily relationships. I say what I say and I stand on what I say because that is my truth. That is what I've experienced. And so again, I wanted better, so I did better. And most people don't want to hear that. And I've learned that over the years. So, everything that I do here is entertainment purposes, because folks don't do and say what they want and do and say.
Exactly. We can only control ourselves.
Pretty much. So God bless y'all for trying to do the work, because
yeah, that's the whole thing.
I'm a stand on what I stand on.
Right? Share experiences, and you can either take it or leave it, or take something from it if you want to. But we can't force anything on anybody. We're just giving you our experience, right? Yep. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I do on my platform. I just throw it out there. I tell y'all what's going on. And it just is what it is. And I'm actually not only thankful, but I'm actually blessed that I actually met Lionel as well too. The way that we did, because he's also sharing his experiences too. And I believe that the combination of my experiences and his experiences, people really do need to hear about it for real. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I definitely agree. Lionel is Lionel. Like I said, I respect Lionel because Lionel, when he says he would support you, Lionel supports you. You feel me?
But I think it's a lot. I think it's really good. I think it's actually good for Lionel.
Absolutely. And he's getting it out.
Off his chest,
Exactly. And hopefully somebody resonates with it. But again, I would love to see solutions. I would love to see, someone say, you know what? I heard what you said. It changed my life. I'm doing this, and that. I have yet to see that. All I see is a whole bunch of talking. And I haven't seen any results.
Well, if you get out your damn bubble, then you'll see that there's solutions.
I
How
be
about
all
that?
in the chat. I be looking in the chat. I'm looking.
Get out to them. If you basing that on YouTube, then hell no, you ain't gonna see solution on YouTube.
No
But if you
solutions.
if you if you basing on everyday life, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's people that heard and that resonated in their life for a little changing. There been plenty of things I said on my platform where I said this earlier. I be meeting some of my fans over here in the city. They'll literally say, Irby, what's up with it, man? And they'll literally say, man, say the things that you said, man, that's what it is. It got me thinking, it got me changing my life, want me to do better stuff. Better, make me be better than where I'm at right now. And that's what it's all about. But like I say, it's not always going to happen on social media. You're not going to see immediate results because all of this, like you say, is this entertainment purposes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just straight entertainment. People say what they think people want to hear.
SBK, my brother, go to damn sleep.
Please. Please.
Golly, God damn.
Okay?
God damn.
What you got? What you got there? What you got? The saying closing. E executive producer.
No, it was a great live. I mean, I caught the first part of it. I didn't catch, so but from here on out, from Joe to Lionel to Urban to the chat, to me it was a great live. I love to see it. I love to see the back and forth. I would like to see more of these. SBK.
Absolutely, yes, yes.
When he wakes up.
You
I'm
feel me?
awake, man.
Where I can just be in the back, chilling, listening.
I thought you were at first, and then Lisa Jace, can you please change the 5 minutes? Where I was like, oh shit, she's not there.
No, I was gonna. Yeah, but I love the back and forth, the conversations that were being had. So it was a great live. Very, very good live. And Joe came up here and spoke. I like to see Joe come up here and speak more often too. Hello. Amen, somebody.
Yes, I got you. I got
Okay.
you.
Right?
Hey,
Come on now.
hey, also on our IG group page, I'm gonna be shooting out more and more of them on video links so it can
Hey,
help build up
hey.
on y'all talking points and stuff.
Hey, hey,
And that's for all y'all, even some more, so you have something to talk about.
I will be
Mhm.
using those, and just so you know, I will be using some of those. So
Matter of fact, y'all, can y'all add Lionel to the IG?
I got you.
Because
Okay, I was
yeah,
gonna say I don't have Lionel's.
a lot of
I don't have Lionel on IG.
Yeah,
yeah, because a lot of stuff that I see on there, he be sharing it with me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That I
Okay.
like share with y'all. But if y'all add him on the group, he'll share with y'all too.
I got you.
You just
You in
share.
there, Lionel? What you got? What you got? The saying closing, Lionel?
Oh no, this was great.
Absolutely.
This was great. Man, I got a lot to say, but I'm gonna hold back on this because I need you to go to sleep, man. But this was definitely great. I loved it. That's all I'll say. This was good.
Yes, JoJo, what's up?
Thank
Yeah,
you for
man.
having me. I appreciate it. And the more that I do speak, I can tell that it's very good. Like I said, it's therapy. It is therapy for me too. Because I can talk. I know SBK knows that I can talk.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why he always tells me, I want you up in the panel. And then I freeze. I'm like, when he says it, I get pissed off. But once I get up here, I feel more comfortable. So
Yeah, you got to get comfortable with it. You definitely have to get comfortable with it, for sure, for sure.
All
It's
right,
therapy, exactly.
It's very much therapy.
It is very much therapy. I love it, you guys. I like to see more of it. Glad that 2025 is, starting off strong. Let's say get some of that pre-workout okay? Get some of that pre-workout. 5-hour energy. Nah, he can't have no more of them damn drinks. No more. They ain't working no way. They ain't working. Great live. Exactly.
what you got in closing, Urban?
Oh man, yeah, it's been a phenomenal show. Just like I told y'all, we were gonna have a phenomenal 2025, man. Uh, like I always appreciate y'all bringing me up to the platform. I always learn a lot from all of us. You know what I'm saying? I really do. And shout out to Lisa too, man. I did sub up to her channel. I believe that she brings a lot of good value for real. And so I'll be listening to more of her content. You know what I'm saying? So
Lisa.
shout out to her.
Yeah,
Yeah, Lisa.
Lisa J. Stocks came up on the panel while you were.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Hmm.
She came up.
She was
Yeah.
very interesting.
She,
I did not see that.
I thought you saw her come up, but
Mm-mm.
you had stepped
And
away.
when I got back, Joe was up here.
Yeah, she came right before Joe, and
Okay.
Joe
That's
came
what's
up.
up.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to interview her in the near future. You just got to get a right date. So, and everybody that's tuned in, we will have a mixture panel of men and women. So y'all get ready for that date. And I'm just going
What goddamn, we having it right now.
Oh no! Oh no!
No.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We're gonna have no.
Okay. It's gonna be
It's
way
gonna
more.
be
And I'm gonna be in the back.
Me too.
Well, I ain't coming.
What you mean?
Goddamn.
You gonna be up here. You gonna be up here. I'm gonna be in the back.
No,
Look at
we
that.
need you on the panel.
I done
I'll
already
be back
told her.
What
there.
you mean with my Gen X self up here? You know,
We need
I ain't
you.
got nothing else to give to y'all.
You're in a happy marriage. We need that insight on the panel.
Y'all don't want it. Y'all don't want no y'all don't even want to be married. So why am I gonna give y'all jewels when y'all don't even want to be married?
Then you just say we don't like having people who don't have our opinions. We only want people that agree with us. Yet I'm sitting here asking for someone who's not agreeing with us.
You just want
That-
healthy banter back and forth. That's all. That's all. I know you love me, Lionel. I know. I love you too.
Because
That's all
we're not a damn monolith.
Monolith.
So perspective. God dang it. Goddamn.
Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all want to refute everything. You know, I'm gonna let y'all have y'all single life. I'm finna enjoy my married life.
Hey, look here. Not knocking the married life and all. It's just not in the works right now. I'm just saying.
There you go.
Damn.
Goddamn. You still didn't get through all these dang goal goal setting. You didn't.
Man, look here. I got 3 pages of shit here that I didn't. But it's all good. It wasn't meant to. Maybe we'll talk about it later. But
Now, bro. I be having talking points too, right? And outlines, so I never get through them. I just revisit them on another show.
yeah, I just revisit. Revisit on another show and then talk about it later. So, but yeah, y'all stay tuned for this. We'll have another mixture panel. I plan on having 4 guys and 4 ladies. And then it's gonna be yeah.
Y'all hit SBK up in the DMs on IG, ladies, to nominate yourselves to come up
And you
to be on the panel.
You better not say no. It's just TV.
I am executive producing.
It's just TV.
And mention, I don't know what days you're going to do it, but mention this is the beginning of your adult conversations with SBK.
Yes. Yeah,
Mhm.
we're entitling that adult conversation. The SBK.
Even though Lionel doesn't want to call himself an adult, okay? But this is adult
Lionel old as hell.
with the SBK.
My son was like, "Oh, he older." I'm like, he thinks he's young, but yeah, when you hit them 30s, you're old to the 20-year-olds. You're an old man. So keep that, marinate on that.
Anyways,
Goddamn.
Marinate on it.
anyways, man, this has been a great panel, great conversation, great line.
Great.
We will be seeing you soon.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
Where is the first book in Lionel in your Suds verse?
It's Heir to the Stars.
Okay, I don't see it on Amazon because I can't do it on your page. I've been trying to buy a damn book. It ain't working.
So I got the book.
I can't get it off his website. I keep trying to go to the art gallery and put it in the thing, but it's not working. So is this it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's the first one.
All right. It's bought.
I appreciate that.
Where'd you
You're
get that
welcome.
from? What? You went to Amazon?
Amazon. Yeah, Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon. Yeah, that's why I
That's
got.
easier.
That's where I got mine from.
It was
Yeah,
easier.
I got his first I think 4 volumes, 4 or 5 volumes, something like that.
Yeah, y'all go support my boy, man. He's very
Okay.
talented.
SBK.
Gotcha.
Hey,
All right,
did you
ladies.
I show support.
your mailbox?
Support.
Yes.
Support.
Support. Yes, I did. Yes.
You did. Whose was that?
I don't know. That was just a book that was mentioned in the chat. We'll talk about that behind the scenes, man.
Oh,
Joe, do you have anything going? You gonna go live this week?
oh no, but I did. You weren't here. I did unveil my new.
Thrive and Glow with Joe?
Yes,
Okay. About time. Thank you. Yes.
you weren't here. You have to go listen to the beginning.
I know I gotta go listen to the beginning.
Damn.
Oh damn.
Hey, we need one of those things for real, SBK. You need to get
I'm
one of those.
getting one. Not Lionel. Yeah, Lionel and Urban. I'm gonna have to use that one. I had to use that one.
Samora Gorilla said he got some new software he gonna put us on. Please.
Please do.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways,
I will.
Lionel,
What's up?
you got 2 more sold.
I appreciate it.
Hey, tomorrow night I will be doing my Ask Urban Anything show. Normally, I try to open up the panel and let people come up and have a conversation with me.
what time would that be?
The normal time, around by 8 or 8:30
Okay, cool.
Central Standard Time.
Okay. I will be there. So I will be there. And we got. What are you eating? E? What are you eating? Chinese?
Sushi.
Okay.
And I followed you on Amazon too, Lionel.
So
I greatly appreciate y'all. I love this energy.
Oh, for sure.
Support.
Wow. Support.
We're about support.
Hey,
I tell all the youngsters about you all the time. I tell the anime people.
Hey, last night, Lionel was trolling in my chat, separate talking about Drake is the greatest rapper alive.
He was. I was in the bushes. I'll tell you now.
I heard him saying that.
His ghostwriter is cool, but
I heard him saying that. I could do nothing but laugh.
Yes.
You know?
I was like, sweet. What's her name? Sweet Rita.
So
I was
Rita,
like,
yeah.
she says, I hope you're trolling, because I was like, what the heck? I was thinking the same thing. What the hell is he talking about?
okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. That's my time. I hope we entertained you, and we will be back. I will be back here again. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. So with that being said, your boy SPK is Gone.